Welcome to the meeting of the Board of Directors, Board of Trustees of Pajaro Valley Unified School District, January 14th. The time is 6:16. I again apologize for the late start. We continue to be unable to live stream, but we are recording the meeting and we'll be able to post it later. We'll be posting a notice on the webpage, so if anybody happens to be there looking, trying to figure out why they...
We're live now.
We're live? We're live?
We're live.
Well, there you go. We're live. Thank you. Okay. Yay, Sylvester, you're the best. Let's see. We do have Spanish translation. If you need that support, please see Leticia Centenaro. Ahí. Tenemos, si hay personas aquí que necesita traducción, por favor llama con Leticia Centenaro. Ella es muy bueno a traducción. Gracias. Well, I just mentioned that this wouldn't be live streamed, and now it is. So I will continue with the script. Speakers must complete separate cards for each item that they want to speak on prior to the start of the agenda item. I see many coming in already. Cards should be handed to Eva Renteria at the far end. Item 6 is visitors non-agenda, is for items related to the district that are not on the agenda. If there are students who are wanting to speak to any of the items on the agenda, we will make an exception and let you speak during the non-agendized part of the meeting so that you can get home and do homework or get rest or whatever you need. Students are encouraged to complete one of the peach-colored cards so that we know that it's a student card, so we will prioritize you. Please stay on topic as you're making comments within the allowed time. The number of minutes per speaker will vary depending upon the number of cards received for an item, typically 1 or 2 minutes per person. Our policy limits state that the public comment period will be limited to 30 minutes for each item, but the board can take action to extend that depending upon how many cards are turned in and the time allowed. In order for the board to conduct its necessary business, we need attendees to refrain from shouting out and carrying on conversations. We want to hear you. We want to hear the person who's at the podium. And when there are lots of conversations happening, we're unable to do that. The board's focus is on student outcomes, and we appreciate that our students are important to all of you as well. I know that that's why you're here, is because you care about the students in our district. If there are any disturbances, I will provide a warning, and if it continues, we will recess. For each item, I will announce the item. The item will be presented by staff or a board member. Board members may ask questions of the presenter. I ask that those be limited to 2 minutes each, and we'll keep rotating up to 15. Members of the public who have completed a card will then be called up, typically in groups of 10. Board members may briefly ask clarifying questions of the presenter based on public comment, but I ask that you hold those questions until all of the public speakers have finished. Following a motion second, the board may vote or deliberate and then vote. If there are at least 4 votes on any item in favor, the motion will be approved. Let's see. Trustee Flores, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next on the agenda, governing board comments, reports on standing committee meetings. I'd like to start with Trustee Flores.
I defer my comments.
Thank you. Trustee Salinas Holt.
Good evening, everyone. I want to wish everyone a late Happy New Year. And my comments today will be kind of on the shorter side. So yesterday, I had my first inter-high council meeting of the year where we had representatives, well, for those who don't know, the inter-high council is a group I meet with each Tuesday before a board meeting, and it is made up of ASB students from the different high schools in the school district. And yesterday, we had Watsonville High School, PV, and Aptos High School in attendance. So here are a few updates students gave me. Watsonville is just focusing on winter sports at the moment, not too much going on. And they've been hosting wrestling and basketball tournaments. Aptos has their winter rally the 28th, and they have a winter ball dance on the 30th. And they've been brainstorming and planning a lot for those. And they have, their student senate, which they have started this year, is going very well. And the student senate is, there been a way for it to get more students involved at Aptos and ASB in leadership, and it is made up of one student from each advisory classroom there. And similar to Aptos, PV also has a Spirit Week coming up and a cultural assembly in February. And then those are some short updates from the schools. I also have a project I'd like to share, or something that I'm working on with Trustee Medina, the school board, and Dr. Contreras. We are working on the addition of, not sure, we're still working on how many and from what schools, but adding more student trustees to the school board next year possibly. And that would allow more representation from different schools, especially because, I mean, as you see with meetings like this, it's only so much I have to hear from these other meetings to hear from students from like Aptos and PV as a Watsonville student myself. And adding more student trustees would give a lot more representation for these individual like school communities, especially with the alternative schools too. So that is something we're going to be working on this month and the next month. And I'm excited to possibly one of the upcoming next meeting or the meeting after to present this to the board and vote on the resolution. So those are kind of my updates for now. Lastly, I'd like to congratulate all seniors who, just like me, just finished their college applications, and I'm hoping we all get into our dream colleges. So thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Flynn?
Good evening, everybody. Student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change. I'm going to say this probably every single meeting. Student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change. I am the genesis of change. And that happens regardless of whether or not somebody else is behaving a particular way or chooses not to be the genesis of change. I say that because this district needs change. I think we can all agree on that. I think that this particular board has had an unrealistic expectation put upon it for the time that we've been a board, 1 year. I hope that is taken into consideration as we move forward. There's a lot that needs to be done, and there's probably about 30 years of undoing that needs to happen. And I know for myself, I am doing my best. I'm not always going to get it right, and I'm not perfect, and I never claim to be. The other thing I'd like to speak to is the fact that these board meetings are far too long. And I know that we don't want to be here that long, and I trust that you don't want to be here either. And those of you who are watching online don't want to be up till 1 o'clock in the morning or falling asleep or having to find time to watch the rest of it later. So I will ask for your support in helping to make those shorter. And if anybody has any reason to limit public comment, it's me. But I will say that
more often than not, I will always advocate to hear the voice of the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Navarro?
First of all, I wanted to say I hope everybody had a happy holiday and welcome back, and thank you for those that are attending the meeting. I'm going to defer my comments otherwise. Thank you.
Trustee Carrasco?
And I'm going to decline my time.
And Trustee Medina?
Can I take their time? I'm just kidding. Just kidding. All right. I want to start by sharing some personal news. I have been selected as a national co-chair of the National Latinx Caucus of the Green Party of the United States. In this role, I will continue advocating for our community and making sure that realities facing students and families in Pajaro Valley reach state and national spaces, just like pesticides, flock cameras. What happens in our classrooms connects directly to national policy, and working class, campesinos, and immigrant communities deserve representation where decisions get made. I also want to uplift some concerns from my school, Aloni Elementary. Educators have reported a growing list of K through second grade students waiting for evaluations and services, and the list keeps growing. So teachers believe the site would benefit from an additional SDC class to meet student needs. So I hope we could get some information on that. At the same time, teachers at Aloni are raising serious concerns about curriculum. Our elementary social studies material dates back to 2007. The content is outdated, lacks cultural relevance, and does not fully meet current standards. It fails to comply with the California FAIR, Fair Education Act, which requires inclusion of LGBTQ plus contributions. So I hope we could update that material for our students. I also want to applaud Santa Cruz City Council for canceling their flock contracts and listening to their communities, and I hope Watsonville City follows suit. I am also concerned about censures approved against Salinas City Council member Andrew Sandoval. This action fits with a broader national pattern of silencing dissent and punishing elected officials who speak honestly. We face a similar one here. Thank you for your dedication to our primos in Salinas and fighting that good fight. I also want to acknowledge that we're living through national actions with direct impact right now. We must continue to organize against the rogue agency known as ICE, get involved, support groups, and be sure to look out for your friends, families, and neighbors during this time. And if you see anything, say something. We are here for you, and I just want you all to know that. Thank you all for your time, and those are all my comments.
Thank you. Trustee Flynn and I, in the mission of making sure that we're more available and are hearing from community, have agreed that the Monday prior to each regular board meeting, we will host a Zoom, and that Zoom login information will be available on the district's website. So that will be Monday prior to any regular board meeting from 7 till 8 p.m. So I hope it's, well, although I enjoy Trustee Flynn's company, I'm hoping that other people join us as well.
A point of information. I'll also be on at 8 p.m. after their meeting to break it down if you all want to be at that one as well. And that will be live on Instagram. Thank you all.
Okay. I would like to, you don't have a timer on me. You should put timer on me too. Thanks. Because I'll just keep talking. At the December 11th meeting, it was my first time running this meeting. I had a conversation with a trusted friend who's had many years of experience as an elected person, who offered some constructive criticism that perhaps I was a little heavy-handed, especially in dealing with my Shall I continue? Perhaps I was a little heavy-handed, particularly with my colleagues, and rather than calling out that that's not, that something they might be saying wasn't in alignment with an item on the agenda, it might be better if I am asking questions about does this relate to, rather than the way I phrased it. So I do apologize to my colleagues for that, and I will look at all of this as a learning experience. Thank you. And that moves us on to 3.4, superintendent's comments.
Okay, Sylvester. So just a reminder of our vision and mission that was created in 2024 with input from thousands of surveys and different community groups. We also created our district strategic goals. This also was through a listening session through over 50 different groups throughout the community, thousands of inputs, 11 different versions of these goals. And these have been the goals that are guiding us through these 3 years until the board, through their listening sessions, creates the vision and values that will become our new district goals. But for now, these are the goals that guide us and the data decisions that we're making. I had a request to provide an update on our training for ethnic studies, and so I wanted to share this with the community about where we are, what we've provided, and what is upcoming. So for our CRE training implementation, we have had 2 trainings so far, in September 9th, October 28th. We have 2 more to come, February 2nd and March 9th. The need, or what we're addressing, is to develop our local and historical resources and connections to connect with our PVUSD units of instruction related to our ethnic literature and studies courses. Our district participants have been 11 participants, with our ethnic literature and studies group and our Art 1 ethnic studies teachers and district ethnic studies leads. And the scope of work, you can see, is a series of training seminars that are surrounding the implementation of our California ethnic studies curriculum. And this is 6 days of training with teachers and 5 days with our district leadership team. This was the part of the contract that had not been fulfilled that we then voted, the board voted to continue on. So this is in full effect, and you can see where we are at with the training so far. And our next slide. We have the rest of the training dates that were referenced with the 5 days and the 6 days. So here's the rest of the dates. This is the other part of the teacher development. Some of the additional participants that are listed with the other needs, which is the site leadership group, has a group of 15 to 19 participants. And their scope of work is 3 different sessions of 4 to 6 hours and 3 days that are looking at the development of a walkthrough protocol so we can see what is happening in the classrooms and how we're meeting the needs of the students. Next slide. We also are working on that development of the leadership team, and we have the dates listed here, which are on Thursdays. And this need is fulfilling the ethnic studies, again, site leadership group and their comprehensive understanding of the current framework and how we can look at our pedagogical best practices. We have 11 participants in this group, and this is our high school administrators alongside district leadership teams. I also had a request regarding our legal cost and where we have been over the years with those legal costs. And so you could see here in this chart what our costs were for 23-24, 24-25, and then 25-26 is year to date. And then our retainer costs, that is like the cost that we pay up front and where those costs have gone over the years. And then a summary of the impact fees for these retainers. And some of what you could see, if you could go back one more, Sylvester, some of the rising expenses and what some of that is due to. And this is just an overview, not complete detail, but I was asked for this meeting in my superintendent's comments to just provide the overview. Next slide. And now I have said that I would use my superintendent comments to share some data. And so this is some celebratory data. And I want to give a shout out to Pajaro Middle School and McQuitty Elementary. Both had been identified this past year for CSI, what we call CSI, or Comprehensive Support and Improvement, meaning that they were in the bottom tier of performance for schools. And they have exited that. And their exit is because of hard work from the teachers and the principal in targeting improvement efforts for student achievement at their site. This is a huge accomplishment. This is really due to the collective efficacy of the teachers at that site, working in tandem with the leadership of the principal. And we're really excited and proud of this effort. We just found this out a few days ago. This is hard work. It does not happen by accident. And this is just extraordinarily good for them, but most importantly for the students at the site. Additionally, I want to point out that last year we had 8 school sites exit this same identifier, the CSI sites. These sites also had excellent leadership, worked hard, the teachers worked hard, the students benefit from this hard work. Of course, we always study what led to these results for our students and identify the things that have happened there so that we can apply them to our other schools. Some of the things that we have attributed to this to is, of course, teacher collaboration. When the teachers are working together, students improve, and that's directly tied to research. And we are seeing the teachers collaborating at these sites. We also at these sites have had the implementation of SWAN Math. That was a new initiative. And they're also working with an instructional leadership coach and support who works with their leadership team, and that's through Creative Leadership Solutions. That's helping them understand how to identify the standards for the students, rigorous instruction, and then working together to look at what do we need students to know, how do we know that they're learning it, and what do we do if they're not learning it, and how do we readjust. So really huge shout out to those sites for their hard work and their diligence on behalf of students.
Go Panthers!
That is some great news. Thank you for sharing that with us. Next is approval of agenda. Are there any public speakers for 4.1?
There are not.
There are no speakers to this item, but we did receive a request to move 9.4, 10.2, and 10.5 earlier because there might be some students in the room who are interested in commenting on those items. But we could also have you comment during public comment non-agenda. And if we're going to reorder the agenda, I'd like to see 10.1 come up earlier as we're looking at our student data, and that's kind of critical for our work and our objectives. I think it would be great if we were sure to hear that full report tonight. So no comments. Anybody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. I'd like to move the agenda items 9.4, 10.2, and 10.5 be moved up on the agenda this evening. And the remainder of the items stay.
Would anybody like to make a modification or a second?
Just a point of clarification. Are we going to move 9.4 to now be the 9.1 and those 10 items to be 10.1? Are we leaving them in report and discussion, correct?
They would still be report and discussion items, but they would then end up ahead of our current 9.
Okay, I second. Can I make a comment?
Please.
Item 10.1, we've already deferred for 3 meetings, and it's the actual reason that we're on the school board is student achievements. So I would like to get that done tonight and not rearrange the agenda.
Was that a modification to a motion or?
I would modify moving 10.1 up to the top.
Okay.
I don't accept that. So there's a motion and a second on the floor, so that has to go.
All right, let's.
At point of clarification, I just want to be, what are you asking to be moved? Because I need to
He's
write it down.
asking for 9.4, 10.2, and 10.5.
To be moved in, oh,
They would come before 9.
We have students.
yeah,
Yeah.
no, I don't have a problem with that. I'm just trying to move it around in my head since I can't move it. That's fine.
Okay. All right, I will call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? And anybody abstaining? Okay, I think that is 5101. 50, because, okay, 5011, got it, thank you. Okay, we're now moving on to 5, which is action on report of closed sessions. We had 2 items in closed session that we took action on, and Trustee Flynn is going to read those out.
Which one was first? Which one was first? Does it matter? Okay. Okay. Reporting, during closed session, the board took action to approve and adopt the separation and release agreement with employee 4675. Employee agreed to voluntarily resign and retire effective March 15th, 2027, in exchange for remaining on paid administrative through March 15th, 2027, receiving all leave accruals and health and welfare benefits until her retirement. The district will pay employees attorney fees in the amount of $25,000. Do I have to do the roll? Okay. And then the second one. Agenda item 2.5, board approved settlement agreement for special education student past 510.
Thank you. That moves us on to visitor non-agenda items. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address issues that are not on our agenda but come under the jurisdiction of the district. Please understand that the Brown Act prohibits the board from engaging in discussion for non-agendized items, but we are listening. How many speakers do we have for this item? 8. We have 8 speakers. We'll limit that to 2 minutes per person, and if you want to call all 8, they can start lining up.
If I've missed anybody, please let me know. Gabriel Barazas, Mads, Riel Muto, Bobby Mulchsalt, Jen Salinas Holtz, Chris Webb, Takashi Mizuno, Omar Dieguez, and Bill Bleacher.
Gabriel Barraza, Area 5. And I wasn't actually, I wasn't going to speak during public comment today, but I did have to respond to a statement made by Vice President Flynn regarding adults modeling behavior for the students. While our tone may not always be palatable to the powers that be, we are modeling behaviors for our students. We're modeling behaviors of advocacy and community activism, which is what we want for our students. We want them to be active and involved and to get upset and to speak their minds, because while many of the powers that be want a complacent society, we want a society of thinkers and of doers. It is true that this board has been burdened with problems from the past, but you all chose to be on the board.
And the expectation is to actually undo the damage that has been done by past boards. When the behavior of the board starts to reflect the behavior of prior boards, the community will call it out. You know, because of the sins of the past boards, you guys have activated the community, and we're not going away. And what we're hoping to do is become stronger and more louder, more vocal, and to continue holding boards accountable to the community, because you guys are put on in this position of power and public trust by the community. And so you are answerable to the community. And we're not going away, so get used to it.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mads Romuto, parent, maybe echoing Gabriel a little bit. It feels like there's a lot of lack of transparency, and even in the last board meeting that was called in very short notice, I think Trustee Carrasco, you mentioned sort of trust us, we've got some things going on that we are going to be addressing some of these problems. Well, I don't believe there's that much that you cannot share. And I think this board needs to do better when it comes to sharing. And this district needs to do better when it comes to sharing. Trustee Turley, you already addressed some of the challenges of your first board meeting as president. I don't envy you. I think that was a challenging board meeting. I hope another lesson from that is to not combine all those important issues in one agenda in the future. I don't think we would have had those issues and you wouldn't have had that pressure. I also want to encourage each of you to ask more questions and hold those answering the questions accountable when they're not answering the questions. I saw many of you ask questions in the early December board meeting where school district staff actually directly avoided the question or answered something that was totally unrelated, which is a great public speaking skill, but it's not appropriate. And it's one of those things that really your job is to challenge and ask again if you're not getting those answers, because we want to hear those answers too. And there's a real disconnect at the top of the school district to what's happening at the ground level. And this is an opportunity to help everyone hear and let us fill in those gaps. So please consider leveraging the community more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, trustees and Dr. Contreras. Jen Salinas Holtz, PBUSD staff person and parent and resident of Trustee Area 2, here with the same message you've heard from me many times because I'm concerned it's not being heard. I've worked in PBUSD schools for 12 years, have witnessed firsthand the important work of school counselors, and I worked as a PVPSA counselor in PVUSD schools as a social work intern last school year. So I have an in-depth, firsthand perspective on the roles of school counselors and counselors from outside agencies. And I want to address the misperception that outside agencies such as PVPSA can serve as a replacement for school counselors. This is not at all accurate. PVPSA is a valuable partner providing essential mental health services for students, but their counselors' scope is limited and they serve a different purpose than school counselors. PVPSA counselors provide services such as individual therapy, substance abuse counseling, and crisis intervention for a limited number of students. School counselors who have specialized degrees as well as PPS credentials preparing them to work in schools are regular school site employees, work with all students, are accessible and present at their school sites, and have a profound impact on school climate and culture. Counselors from PVPSA and other outside agencies are not a replacement for school counselors. Wellness coaches are also a very different role. They do not have the same training and degrees as school counselors and are not qualified to provide the same services. Ideally, every school would have on-site full-time school counselors, wellness coaches, and counseling services from other agencies, but with our budget, I understand that's not possible. If we have to choose one of those roles to prioritize, it needs to be school counselors because school counselors are able to have an impact on a greater number of students. This work is literally life-saving. Please do the right thing and find a way to prevent cuts to school counseling staff. They're irreplaceable and students' lives depend on having them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, good evening, board. Bobby Marchsalt, teacher, parent, community member. Trustee Flynn, appreciate you mentioned the length of the meetings earlier, and I totally agree with you. I've been here very late on some nights, and we don't want to be here. That being said, I've as always, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I do seem to remember, and I brought it up before, that I think last year we moved from every other week meetings to every 3-week meetings. And which again, I also understand not wanting to be here as often, but if it's at the expense of the public being heard, maybe we need to go back to every other week so that it's not such full agendas. I'd really like you to consider that if that really is an issue. I'm here to continue to ask. I know we all know, and you probably don't want to hear it, but there's still an opportunity to rescind those layoffs that you voted on. There was a Facebook post made by the district this week about the game changer that the proposed budget could be. My question for you is, at what point, because I know we talked about not wanting to use reserves because that's not a structural change, but that's for an emergency. But if we have hope for something coming, isn't that something that would be appropriate to use reserves for if there's real hope for it? If not, I'd love to know from the board, what is the number that we'd like to have in reserves? And for how long, and when is it appropriate to start using that? Because I know that for me, I pay my tax dollars because I want those to be spent on the students, not to be sitting in savings. I also want to point out that my continued concerns, for example, you voted recently on removing 1 FTE of theater job. Do you realize, board, that right now there's a 0.6 FTE job posted on EdJoin for our district? So why are we cutting one while we are also advertising for a position? Either it's to supplant with Prop 28, or it's not working with our labor partners. We need to work with our labor partners, please. I'd still like to know why the meeting wasn't streamed last time. And by the way, when Lozano Smith up to 3 times, did we price out other places? Because that was a big jump. Just, if that happened in my personal life, I'd check for other places and see. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening. In the rush to rashly and wrongly cut our critical infrastructure, I don't recall ever hearing, maybe I'm wrong, hearing an appreciation or thank you to the classified member who put themselves on the line to protect our student body at Watsonville High. So I want to make sure that that person knows that at least some people appreciate them. And then also I wanted to thank Trustee Medina and Trustee Dodge for your votes at that December 11th board meeting. I really appreciate you guys being on the right side, and I don't care if you weren't on the winning side of the vote. I care that you got things right. So thank you so much. And also thank you, Trustee Dodge, because when Trustee Turley was wrongly trying to shut down commenters and even her own trustees, you asked a very important point when she challenged you about hey, I'm responding to the presentation I was just given. So that really showed that I feel like your intentions were kind of nefarious, Trustee Turley, and I felt vindicated in not giving you my endorsement for board president. And I just want to say to all the voters who I knocked on your door and supported you to be in the chair, that had I known she would be this anti-democratic and this disrespectful of our students and staff and our democratic norms, and she would utterly fail to meet this historical moment, I would have never supported you to begin with. So also, I want to say, Trustee Carrasco, it's so disappointing that your vote there, you say, have faith. Give me a reason. Where's the transparency been? Also, am I supposed to forget how many times I've been betrayed here? And I'm not just talking about your last vote. I mean, like things that have happened to Renaissance, different people being screwed over. There's no reason you guys need to give me a reason for the faith. Also, as for the Parks and Recs fans, 1 point of record, that should be for 11.5 on the minutes. Ashley Yoder-Flowers' first comment was so cute, referring to my kids. That should be on the public record. Chris Webb's kids are cute. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Takashi. Konbanwa. I spoke in Japanese. Next Monday is Martin Luther King Jr. Day, as you know. I have advocated for de-escalation strategy in conflicts. And I learned this de-escalation strategy when I took the King Ian Nonviolence Training Workshop in Santa Cruz City more than 10 years ago. I think the King Ian Nonviolence is based on the philosophy of Dr. King and based on lived experiences of the Black people. And I was fortunate, I also had a chance to join the workshop led by Dr. Vincent Harding and Mrs. Rosemary Harding. They worked with Dr. King and many African Americans in the 1950s and the 60s and from beyond. And I took their workshop more than 20 years ago when I lived in New Jersey. And only one more minute, less than 1 minute. So I need to rush. I also advocate for non-binary or non-dualistic way of thinking, which is one of the core values of indigenous cultures and Buddhist teachings. And in my view, what Trustee Jessica said in her statement and student Trustee Desi said in the special board meeting on December 22nd last year are two examples of implementation of non-binary or non-dualistic way of thinking. And I commend Trustee Jessica and Trustee Desi as good role models for the board members and everyone else, including myself. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are still students suffering from the harms of pesticides. There are students still dying to the gun violence in our community. And there have been many studies done by many organizations that are well respected about pesticides and the increased risk of ADHD, learning disabilities, developmental delays, asthma, and certain childhood cancers. Research has also shown that penal and early childhood exposure can permanently impact brain development, attention, and memory. Pesticides do not remain confined to where they applied. Studies confirm chemical drift can travel miles, contaminating school grounds, classrooms, and surrounding neighborhoods. This means students and staff may be exposed without warning or consent. At the same time, this district has reduced mental health clinicians, counselors, and support staff precisely when students' mental health needs are rising. We cannot ignore the connection between environmental exposure, behavioral challenges, and learning difficulties while simultaneously cutting the very professionals responsible for evaluation, diagnosis, and support for these students. This raises urgent questions. How is the district ensuring students receive timely and accordingly assessments? How are IEPs being developed, monitored, and implementing with fidelity? And how will students succeed when both environmental protections and support services are being reduced? Protecting children requires action. This means stronger pesticide buffer zones around schools, transparency, and notifications to families, invested in non-toxic alternatives, and fully funded mental health and special education services. All youth are sacred.
Thank you.
At the last board meeting, I did a proposal on a goal for the district, which was how to improve long-term English language learners. Because of the reduced time, I couldn't explain why I proposed what I did. Consequently, in social media, I was castigated. So I'm going to present the data. This was based on studies I did 15 years ago. I found 5 Hispanic districts who are very similar in demographics to us, who are exceeding anything we're doing here. And this is the 5 schools that I identified. They're all in farming communities. Now, I interviewed all of the superintendents and asked them, how are you getting it done? And this is what they told me. One, you transition students as quickly as you can, 1 to 2 years. English only on campus. Heavy intervention, something that I've been trying to get the district to do for years. We have 4,000 students in the after-school program. We have not spent the time to try to get them training, intervention, tutoring. We could do that. 4,000 students, they're ours. They're in front of us. Doesn't that make sense? Can I clarify anything? And if you doubt the data that I'm showing you, it came from the California Education Department, ed data. So it's not stuff I pulled out of my hair. It's stuff I pulled from the state itself. I have identified 20 more districts. I don't have the time to bring that forward to you, but there's a lot of other schools out there doing much better than us. We suck.
Thank you. That's all? Okay. Marilyn, I have a card for you, but I can't read the number. Marilyn, what item did you want to speak to?
That one's 6-1. 6-1, okay, thank you.
Okay.
Oh, it is 6-1? Okay, but this one is 6-1, so we have one more. Yeah, then we
Okay.
have one more.
A healthy learning and working environment is key for children to do well. There are major impacts to causing negative health for children. 3 that I focus on are the Wi-Fi, microwave radiation, the pesticides, and vaccines. And the Supreme Court stated in 1986, vaccines are unavoidably unsafe. And it should be a choice whether parents want to get their children injected with poisons or not. Here's this is called the amended liberal code. Censorship is bad, except when it comes to vaccines. Informed consent should apply to every medical product and intervention, except vaccines. America, let's see, every medicine should be safety tested, except vaccines. Pharma is greedy, homicidal, and untrustworthy, except about vaccines. Mercury and aluminum are dangerous neurotoxins, except in vaccines. Listen to women, except about vaccines. My body, my choice, except with vaccines. Glyphosate and formaldehyde cause cancer, except in vaccines. This was actually written by Robert F. Kennedy Jr. a couple of years ago. I will leave you a copy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that moves us on to item 7, employee organizations.
Trustee Turley, I thought we were going to have a discussion at the end.
Oh, I guess my intention was that it was under regular items, but okay, if you had a comment on something someone brought up, go for it.
Yeah, some things that I heard that I'd just like for us to follow up on is, I know last year, when we voted on the committees, we had 2 representatives, correct?
I need to hear that one more time, but I'd also like to bring up, if we're talking about something that wasn't on the agenda, even if it was brought up during public speaking time, we're not supposed to, under Brown Act, talk about those items.
No, we could clarify or make small comments on that.
Yeah.
Or ask follow-up
The
questions.
small comment like, we should put that on an agenda, Superintendent, could you find out information?
Well,
for us?
here's some questions that I'll list out. Next time I know now that I'll go ahead and interject and give my question then. Do we have anybody that sits on PBPSA as a board member? My second question is, I thought that was a really good question. At what point can we use our reserves? I'd like to have that entered by Mr. Castillo. And what is the number that we're aiming for? 6, I'd like clarification on the ed join position that is up right now. And 5, how are we ensuring assessments and support services with this reduction? And if I could get that in written form, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, now moving on to 7, employee organization comments. Now's the time for our employee organizations. We're starting with Pajaro Valley Federation of Teachers. I believe that will be Brandon Denise.
Greetings to the board, superintendent, district employees, and the community. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I want to start off by wishing everybody a belated Happy New Year, and I hope that you're returning from winter break revitalized, ready for the second half of our school year. Personally, I aimed to unplug as much as possible over the break. Went on a hike at Mount Madonna, spent some time outside, but with the current state of our country and community, I found it impossible to ignore the news cycle. I know that Nicholas Maduro doesn't deserve much, if any, sympathy, but the facts are that our government invaded a sovereign nation, kidnapped their head of state under trumped-up charges of narco-terrorism, all while violating international law by continuing to bomb boats in the Caribbean. We all need to condemn these violations of international law and work on restoring the universal respect we should have for each other, regardless of where you were born, what you look like, or what government you live under. We also all witnessed an agent of a paramilitary force operating unlawfully within our own borders commit a murder in Minneapolis. So many of us watched that video with absolute horror, but sadly, other people like Donald Trump watched that video and immediately started justifying that shooting. Videos of ICE agents murdering illegal observers should not be some kind of sick Rorschach test. Our students also see these videos. They hear the discourse and they internalize so much of this and they think that it's normal. Sadly, it is becoming increasingly normal, but we have to fight back. We have to ensure that our students have access to the mental health supports they need, because if as adults we struggle with the world and the news, our students are struggling way more. It is discouraging to see that it has taken this long for our district administration to even come out with a resolution or statement condemning ICE. The resolution on tonight's board meeting is a start, but it must be followed with actions such as adopting procedures and protocols so that our staff and students know what to do when ICE shows up. Because hoping that it never happens is not a plan. The reality is it's already happening. According to Santa Cruz Local, ICE agents informed law enforcement in Santa Cruz County of actions 25 times between January and December 2nd of last year. We've been asking our superintendent what the district's plan is, and we've yet to receive an answer. I call on one of the school board trustees to help lead this superintendent to adopting procedures and protocols to implement when ICE shows up at our schools. I call on our members to become engaged, increase the vigilance, and lead the way in protecting our students. Because if the district's not going to lead the way, we have to. I want to thank the UC Center for Labor and Community for giving the PVFT a seat at the table yesterday with the event panelist at the Labor Against ICE event that they hosted yesterday. We got to meet the panelists for a luncheon, and we connected with educators in Los Angeles and Oakland to learn how they have organized against ICE. And just like I said, if our district is going to lead, we need to lead, because that's what they're doing in Los Angeles and Oakland. The state released the latest budget proposal, which if passed would see historic investment in education, featuring a 2.41% cost of living adjustment and a per pupil base funding amount of $27,000. One of the reasons we were so opposed to the district voting on layoffs in December is that it's reckless to make a decision without having the most up-to-date budget information. Now that we have that information, the spin has already started. As soon as that budget was released, our public information obscurer took to the district's social media to start spinning this game-changing budget news to fit the district's sky is falling narrative. They just keep repeating the same tired argument, and it's sad that we have board members who can't see that. We have board members who think that it's okay for the district to be secretly working on plans to support our students' mental health once they lay off 40% of our counselors and every mental health clinician. That's not okay. Transparency is telling the community your plans, not making plans behind their back. The reason they don't want to share this type of information is because it's likely to violate the EERA, and the district is going to commit an unfair labor practice by replacing our counselors and mental health clinicians with less qualified outside agencies. As board members, you may be tasked with being fiscally responsible, so I would ask you, is it fiscally responsible to take an action that you know will result in the district and union being in court? Because we saw how much they give to Lozano Smith. It's not responsible to make that decision. We need to rescind those layoffs. We're not going to back down. I'm out of time. I could go all night. That meeting on the 11th was a joke. The only thing that was worse was the meeting on the 22nd. Without interpreters, no live streaming. Contreras lying to the community and saying we don't live stream special board meetings when we do. We live streamed the one in February. Thank you. I don't want to get the meeting shut down, so.
Next up, CSEA, California School Employees Association.
Ashley, for 1 minute, I would like to correct for the record, Mr. Denise, we have done many things to protect our students from immigration authorities, and we were actually awarded a proclamation from Monterey County for all of the efforts that PVUSD has done. Board, I've shared with you a link documenting all of the things that we've done, and last year I shared all of the different efforts that we make to keep our children safe. In December, I was actually invited to speak at a press conference in the Watsonville Plaza regarding our child safety plans and all the efforts we've made to outreach to our families to create child safety plans in the event that ICE were to show up at our schools, at our families' homes, at their places of work, in our after-school programs, and we advocate and work in our community all the time to help our families know how to keep themselves safe, their children safe, and we work with our community partners and have a very strong partnership. Weekly, we meet with Pajaro Valley Collaborative, who are our community partners who work very closely to help to support everyone in our community for these different efforts against ICE and immigration. And those are ongoing efforts that have been ongoing for many months. So it is not accurate to say that our district doesn't do anything. We do many things to support our families. Yes, actually, last year we had 2 different resolutions, and they're both in our board policies.
Point of order.
I'm going to move us along.
Point of order.
Okay. I'm going to quiet the room first and then.
Trustee Charlie, point of clarification. I love that we're doing these things. I think it's a communications problem that we're having in dispersing this information. So I'm requesting that the POI submit a communications plan on how this information is getting disseminated. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry for the pause. You're up. Thank you.
I should get 5 more minutes.
Yep.
Just kidding.
Yeah, we're beginning.
President, Superintendent, and members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today as a labor partner. I'm Ashley Yarrow Flowers, President of CSCA PV Chapter 132, representing classified professionals who support every school, every student, every operational system in this district, and who work alongside our certificated colleagues to ensure students are supported holistically.
As we begin a new year, Chapter 132 is focused on stability, transparency, compliance, and long-term sustainability. These priorities matter not only for classified employees, but for the entire workforce, including teachers, because when one group is destabilized, the impact ripples across the classroom, campuses, and student services. We are already feeling it. Classified employees are central to district success. Transportation, nutrition services, maintenance and operations, instructional support, campus safety, clerical staff, and student services are the infrastructure that allow teaching and learning to happen. When those systems are strained or destabilized, both classified and staff and teachers feel it, and ultimately our students feel it as well. This year, our focus as labor partners is one and one only: process integrity. That means honoring our collective bargaining agreement as written. That means respecting the merit system and the authority of the Personnel Commission. That means ensuring job duties, classifications, and assignments are not altered or informally and done so informally without negotiation or proper approval. That is happening. When systems are followed, employees across the workforce feel safe and secure and respected. When they are bypassed, even with good intentions, even if you're kind, confusion, mistrust, and risk follow for classified staff, teachers, and site leadership. We are also operating in a fiscally complex moment, we understand. The transition away from one-time funding requires disciplined planning and early engagement with labor partners. Classified employees and teachers should not be learning about impacts after decisions are already in motion. So meaningful collaboration moving forward needs to be part of our life. In that spirit, I want to acknowledge that CSCA has already raised these priorities directly with Assistant Superintendent Kit Bragg. We've discussed the need for regular structured meetings with the superintendent, which she has just this afternoon informed us of. So we appreciate that. This is important for major departments also. Transparency around any potential site evaluations and thoughtful alignment of certain timelines to minimize layoffs where possible. We appreciate the CERT. There was a shared understanding that if we pursued CERT, approval could reduce the number of layoffs, and that sequencing would help separations after resignations, and it would be more responsible and humane, in my opinion, and all opinions, if we did this in this separation after resignations, it would be more responsible and humane approach for both classified and certificated employees. Do you understand how that is an important process? We also emphasize that any exploration of site closures must include timely and meaningful communication with labor partners before decisions are made. These conversations were held and are held in good faith, and our expectation is now follow through with clear timelines and consistent communication. There's so many concerns that I have, and I'm not going to have enough time to talk about it. But I just want to understand, and I want you to know that when a time in staffing reductions, both classified and teachers, and were being discussed on a chopping block, essentially, the level of spending on outside legal counsel is disheartening. I ask if it's reasonable to consider a reliance on external counsel the most cost effective, or can we just do something in-house? Can we hire our own lawyer? Benefit them, please? I appreciate your time. CSCA is here to collaborate with you and work with you with genuine respect and integrity. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Communication Workers of America. Is anybody here to speak on behalf of CWA? Not seeing anybody. Moving on. Next item is public hearing 8.1 on CSEA's appointment to Personnel Commission. Catherine Griffin. And that report will be offered by Kit Bragg, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
Good evening, Dr. Contreras. Good evening, Board of Trustees and PVOSD community. I'm delighted tonight to bring before you a public hearing for the recommendation by CSEA to continue to have Catherine Griffin serve in the role as Personnel Commissioner. Catherine Griffin, to my right, has served dutifully in the role for a number of years. And so the process by which we renew this particular appointment for the Personnel Commission is very specific because Catherine is the CSEA appointed commissioner. And so CSEA has a process by which they consider whether or not they want to extend or go in a different direction. And we were delighted to hear that CSEA wanted to extend Catherine Griffin's role as commissioner representing CSEA for the Personnel Commission and upholding our merit system. So it's a public hearing, and that's where it has to start. And then you'll see me come back in action when the board approves CSEA's recommendation.
Do any board members have questions on this item? Yeah, I'll get to that. I don't see any board members who have questions. Any public comment? Do we have any cards?
There's one. Ashley? Can you hear me? My mic is on, but I don't know why it's not working. I mean, I can, like, put it against my face. Ashley?
Hello. CSEA Chapter 132 is very proud to ratify the continued service of Miss Catherine. She is a phenomenal former employee, if you did not know, for many, many years. She is a phenomenal human. And I genuinely want to look at you all in the face and ask to please not bypass this woman and the due diligence that she has on the Personnel Commission ever. She continues to be bypassed. Personnel Commission continues to hear of things after the fact, after you amazing trustees vote on things. That cannot feel good to this woman right here. It don't feel good to me. It don't feel good to PVFT, my amazing brother, sisters, and siblings in our labor relation fight. It is very, very hard to work with an open heart and clear conscience, knowing that our Personnel Commission, our merit system, and our non-existent Director of Classified is operating in such broken pieces. Please ask the right questions. Please follow due process. Please stop thinking of workarounds to help push whatever PVSD needs. Whatever you guys want, we will work with you to get there in the right way. Her service matters. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Charlie, I got a question or a comment.
Yes, Trustee Medina.
Can somebody from the cabinet or staff just kind of let us know what the Personnel Commission does and what their function is?
Mr. Bragg, could you respond to that, please?
Sure. I mean, they have a multitude of responsibilities under the merit rules. Generally, it's not dissimilar to what the Board of Trustees does, which is provide general oversight and governance relative to our classified staff. That can include anything from the recruitment process to classifications themselves to job duties, job descriptions. There's a multitude of things that are presented for oversight by the Personnel Commission.
And before the layoffs were introduced, were you in contact with the Personnel Commission?
Was I in contact?
So here, let me phrase it.
No, I understand your question. There was a two-step process by which this board heard a discussion relative to layoffs. The Personnel Commission received that same discussion prior to the board having taken any action relative to the resolution that actually came to the board to solidify the layoffs themselves. So the same discussion and presentation that you received in November was presented at a Personnel Commission meeting.
So just simple yes or no, were they involved in discussions before layoffs?
I can't answer the question any other way than I did.
So that's a no. Okay.
No, it's not a no. It's what I said. It's that they received.
So it's a yes.
Involved in what regard, Trustee Medina? I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
Was the Personnel Commission involved in the layoff discussions before you presented that to the board? I don't think it's off topic because we're having a discussion about this particular item.
Involved how they received information relative to the
You clearly can't give me that information, so I'm requesting that you guys give me the definition of what the Personnel Commission does and how they were involved in the layoff process. Thank you.
It's all captured in the Merit System Handbook.
Okay, thank you. So I feel like it's a little bit clunky the way we adopted the agenda, that we wouldn't be taking action now on the public hearing that we just took. Would anybody like to make a motion to continue with action item 9.1 and then go back to our amended agenda from there?
I would like to make a motion to move 9.1 back to the top.
I'll second. Those in favor? I'm sure that was a majority. Any opposed? One opposed, so I'm seeing that as 6-1. Okay. Motion carries. So let's move on then with action item 9.1, CSEA appointment or appointed Personnel Commission, Catherine Griffin. Report again given by Kit Bragg, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
As promised, back again. So again, it's a two-step process by which CSEA makes the recommendation. The board has an opportunity for discussion. But now is the time under 9.1 where we ask that the board actually take action to approve Catherine Griffin as the CSEA appointed representative, and commissioner to the Personnel Commission. So I ask for that action from the board, please.
I'd like to make a motion to approve that.
We may have comment cards, I don't know, and we could make board comment after a second is made, but let's hear from public if we have any.
Yes, we do. Is that 9? Ashley.
I apologize that it was moved, so like at the I was trying to scribble on it. My writing is terrible.
It's confusing, you're fine.
So my time is on. I just wanted to clarify. The Personnel Commission literally is the school board of classified employees. The Personnel Commission is the boss of our non-existent Director of Classified. The Personnel Commission is currently operating without a Director of Classified. A Director of Classified is the only person that can sign off on disciplinary action against a classified employee. They're the only people, that's the only person that can really understand when we have applicants coming in, whether or not we're going to properly vet that person, yada, yada, right? Kit Bragg is doing that job right now. That is a direct violation of our merit system and our personnel commission. Although Philip has been appointed as an outside consultant, Philip is amazing. Philip is phenomenal. We're paying somebody to consult our personnel commission, but we're not paying them to do the function that we need. We need a director of classified to be whole. We are operating out of order. We are operating out of order. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Turley?
Trustee Medina.
Yeah, I have a question for the superintendent, and if you can't answer this, I'd just like a report. One, why don't we have a director of classified? And two, do we plan on looking for one? And three, is it true that Kit Bragg is absorbing that role?
Should we put that in a report that's distributed to board, or you want to answer now?
I think that that'll have to be a future communication, and some of that was discussed earlier this evening. And it's a little bit off topic because this is approving the appointment of Catherine Griffin, but I can get you the information you're asking.
Sweet, thank you. And I'd like to make a motion to approve Catherine with the stipulation that her role is not going to be sidetracked by the district.
Yeah, but somebody could still second. Nobody was asked to second it. Okay, remind me, your motion is to approve the appointment. Would anybody like to make a second to that motion?
I second.
Trustee Turley, I'd like to make a substitute motion. My
Please go
substitute
ahead.
motion is that we approve Catherine Griffin for the Personnel Commission and that she is fully eligible to execute her duties as the Personnel Commission. You don't need to approve it. It's a substitute motion. I know you don't understand Robert's rules, but that's how it works. I just need a second.
Is there a second to the modified?
Trustee Turley?
Yes.
I just want to remind the board, almost a year ago, Trustee Medina did something similar, which was a Brown Act violation, because that was not agendized.
Miss Lawyer Lady, can you remind the board of what a substitute motion is, please?
I think those are two different issues that she's bringing up. You can have a substitute motion if you have two motions with a motion and a second, and then they can both be voted on. So it's basically so that people know what the alternative is. But that's a different issue than the concern that's being raised by Trustee Flores, which is I believe what you're saying. So your motion is to approve it and what?
Make sure that they're not bypassing her position. I want that stated within the motion.
I hear your concern, and the concern in the other case was kind of an add-on that was really unrelated to the initial what the item was that was on the agenda. I'm thinking about this really because I do think that by approving Ms. Griffin's appointments, it's the ed code that determines what the commission does and that they cannot be bypassed in those specific functions by the board. I'm not sure if it makes a whole meaning if it. I think it may be contained within that. If you're doing the appointment, you are, and the law says that the commission has the authorities that it has.
So it sounds unnecessary.
Pardon?
So it sounds like it sounds unnecessary.
I think it is unnecessary. But I do think that it's contained within the idea of appointing that person, that they are going to have the authorities of the ed code.
I think the only reason to do it would be.
You all could vote down my second.
Yeah.
Olivia, can you unmute me? Thank you. Keep your fingers off there. Okay, so I put a substitute motion in. It just needs a second, and then that gets rid of the initial motion. All I'm adding is a stipulation to that because it sounds like we are bypassing the Personnel Commission. We're not fulfilling our duties. We're getting open to litigation right now, which she's going to make a nice, pretty little penny from that.
I'm going to ask if there's a second to the substitute motion. Hearing none, we're back to the original motion that was already. You're seconding that? Okay. Let's do a roll call vote on that, please.
Which one got second?
And we're doing roll call, correct? Perfect.
Point of clarification. It sounds like there is redundancy, so we'd be voting on the same thing. Is there a way to, I guess what I'm curious about is how do we?
So there's one, and this is a question, not a statement, but it's going to sound like a statement. So the motions pending are, first is just to approve the appointment. That is one motion that has a second, and the substitute motion is the motion that's been made with the addition of basically the ed code will be followed and that won't be bypassed. So they sound to me similar, but the person who's making the motion, Trustee Medina, is saying that there is a difference. And so I would say vote on the motion, and if there is a concern of a board member about whether it does or doesn't mean something different, you can vote against the motion and just vote for the motion to approve it.
Okay, so we're back to the substitute motion, which has been, there's been a first and a second, and could you please start a roll call vote, Ms. Renteria?
Trustee Navarro, your vote?
No.
Trustee Dodge, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Flores, your vote?
I'm trusting that what our lawyer is saying is that we are not going to be violating Brown Act by voting yes on this, and so I'm going to vote yes.
Trustee Medina, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Carrasco, your vote?
Yes. Yes.
Trustee Flynn, your vote?
Yes.
President Shirley, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Turley, point. This is why our meetings go till 2 o'clock in the morning.
Because you don't know the rules?
Okay.
I'm going to ask to end to the banter, pleasant as it is. That looks to me like 6100. All right, that then brings us back to our modified agenda, which will have us at 9.4, topics for future special meetings. I'll report or start this one. At the December 11th meeting, we decided that we should schedule special meetings this year to study issues that the board finds we need to address. Do we have any comment cards on this item? This is 9.4. No? We aren't seeing any cards for 9.4, so unless somebody jumps up and says, yes, I did put one in. Has anyone lost a ring? Check your fingers. Anything missing? Something's been found. I'm not sure who to talk to if you have lost it. We're on 9.4. Okay. All right, we're calling names on 9.4. How many cards do you have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we'll go 2 minutes then, but it'd be okay if you took one.
Marilyn Garrett, Mads, Real Muto, Brandon Denise, Chris Webb, Gabriel Baraza.
Each topic. Oh, I'm sorry. If
A little louder, and it'll pick it up.
what
The mic's not quite picking it up. Okay, sorry.
are we okay? Okay. Called Time to Remove Wi-Fi from Our Schools. It's way past time. This article's from 2011 by Mary Atkins, who is Rhode Island Regional Director of Citizens for Safe Technology. Such a concept. On May 27th, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, an international democratically elected parliament with members from 47 countries, called on European governments to, quote, take all reasonable measures to reduce exposure to electromagnetic fields. They went on to state that governments should, for children in general, and particularly in schools and classrooms, give precedence to wired internet connections and strictly regulate the use of mobile phones by school children on school premises, unquote. Then on May 31st, this is 2011, the World Health Organization officially labeled electromagnetic radiation from cell phones, Wi-Fi, cordless phones, smart meters, and other wireless consumer devices and infrastructure to be a Class 2B carcinogen in the same category as lead and DDT. Most parents are not aware that their children are being exposed to this carcinogen on a daily basis in their school. But the truth is nearly every educational institution in Rhode Island, and I'd add almost everywhere else, is using Wi-Fi. However, just because something is popular doesn't mean it's safe. I'll leave you a copy with this. This should be a serious future special meeting item.
Thank you.
Hi. Mads Muto, again, parent. As you consider topics for special sessions, just had a couple ideas for you. When I did an analysis of the FICMAT reports around SELPA special education that the district and you used to justify the cuts during the December meeting, I looked at several other FICMAT reports that were done on behalf of other districts, and one of the glaring differences between our report and all of the other reports was we were the only district to prioritize cutting funds or cutting cost over service delivery. So every other district, when you look at their reports, their first priority was service delivery. Budget was absolutely a priority, but it wasn't the top. And so that, together with maybe some limited understanding around special education, and certainly a big gap in what I see and hear on the ground, what other families see and hear on the ground, to what seems to be discussed at the district level, would suggest that that would be a really good topic for you to hear from experts and hear from your teachers and families as well. In addition to that budget, really you should have a standing committee that includes the community around budget, but I do think it would be valuable to have a special session that goes into detail on that. Brookings did a study on artificial intelligence in schools and found that it's doing more harm than good. It would be great to do a session that really looks at how we are equipping our students for the future and reconsidering the topics that we're teaching to account for that.
Thank you.
I just want to ask that this conversation be limited to the amount of time it's agendized for. We really don't have the time to sit here while the board tries to align their calendars. In negotiations, that's always like one of the hardest pieces of, okay, does this date work for you? Does this date, like, let's pick the topics and then do the date choosing in closed session. We don't need to see the sausage being made. But I would also demand that these meetings are live streamed and interpretation services are made available. We have the past practice of having special board meetings live streamed. So if we do these special sessions, but then we don't stream them and we don't have interpretation available, it's just defeating the purpose. Let's please make sure these are live streamed and not repeat those same mistakes. Or maybe we can just go back to having meetings every 2 weeks, because I know that Trustee Navarro just took a stipe at Trustee Medina, and it's like, oh, it's your fault we're here late. And it's like, well, maybe if you wouldn't send the snipe shot, we wouldn't then sit here going around in circles. Or maybe if we were just meeting every 2 weeks like we used to, we would be more efficient. So let's please limit this discussion, make sure all special meetings are live streamed and interpretation services are available, and let's keep it moving.
Thank you.
And I'll go ahead and second that we should definitely live stream them. And I'll say that, yeah, there have been special board meetings that have been live streamed in the past. There's been some that haven't. But also, I do recall when you first came, Dr. Contreras, you had these meetings, you reorganized the agenda, right? So you were really quick to make changes here and there. So to me, to claim that, oh, past practice, don't always live stream, it came off disingenuous to me. I would like to request that there be a special board meeting on March 11th where the layoffs you're going to rescind, that's where you would actually consider them. And if you had it on the 11th of March, that would give time to actually have a committee where you're meeting and like really getting into this whether or not that's like, what's the right decision to make. Also, I just want to thank you guys for even agendizing this item at all. I would also suggest that we do go back to the proper frequency of meetings, right? One of the behaviors that needs to change is that we shouldn't have people scapegoating. You guys shouldn't scapegoat us for long meetings when you're the ones who decide how frequently we meet. Right, like it's not, if I could make the call, we'd fix a lot of problems, but it's not my call. So additionally, there should be always a separate meeting just for the annual organization meeting, and you don't have other things there, right? And I know some of you know that that's the proper way that's been in the past. Also, maybe I appreciate the start on a legal expense report. We might need a full meeting on that one. There's some details I'll get into that later, but we might need one for that. Also, some legal items should just be reported every time, every single meeting. Also, we might want a Aptos tragedy, like 9/11 Commission style report. Like, it actually rubbed me the wrong way, Trustee Flynn, that the last meeting, the way it ended and the accusation of a threat, like to me, it looked like you were completely ignoring a tragedy of Watsonville.
Thank you.
Gabriel Barraza, Area 5, and I am going to donate a minute of my time to my wife Lourdes, who wasn't able to sign in because she had an emergency at work. Just a couple of topics that I want to suggest and that we need to discuss in a special board meeting. We need to revisit the SRO situation and have an honest discussion about the efficacy of SROs with experts who research the topic of law enforcement intervention in schools, not just the police side of it, because they're going to give you a rosy picture. We need to talk to experts who study criminology and sociology. We also need to do an expert-led panel on mental health in schools, school counselors, therapists, social workers. And finally, we need to know how the budget is made. We need to have a walkthrough for the community of the entire budget.
Another item I think would be important is how are priorities decided? Because I find it really ridiculous that the needs of PV High get consistently put at the bottom of the list all the time. They've already waited 20 years to have an auditorium, and now they're going to have to wait another 2 years before construction even gets started. That should have been a priority a long time ago. Same thing with the safety bridge that supposedly we were supposed to be able to start using this fall, and then I hear from the city they haven't even put out a bid yet. And so it's student safety. That should be the #1 priority. I am amazed that that we don't have more accidents there, but that should be the #1 priority because it's about student safety every single day.
Thank you.
Melissa and Ashley.
My name's Melissa. I'm brand new to this. I'm a parent in both a elementary school and a high school. And I just have to, I'm sorry. Thank you. I have to say this whole process is really challenging as a parent who only cares about my kids. It feels very us versus them. I had to figure out how to get the card in. My comment to everyone is, why are we not working together for the best interest of the kids? Now, I know we think we are, and we think we are, but I don't think we are. And my biggest comment in terms of special meetings is, how are you communicating to the parents? I noticed that, yes, the special meetings, the Mondays before the Tuesday board meetings are going to be posted on the website. How else do we know? I know because my 15-and-a-half-year-old is telling me to come to these meetings, because we came to a meeting last night and we came to the first meeting, Ms. Turley, that you were running, and I was horrified. Not because of you, but because of the whole process. And if our actual intent is to do the best for our kids, we need to do so much better. And I don't understand how you're communicating to the parents if you really, as a board, are looking to hear from the parents and from the kids. Why are they not here? How are we communicating that to them? Is truly a genuine question, because I am very active as much as I can be as a single mom with 2 boys, 11 and 15. How are we communicating and making sure that the voices that you want to hear as a board are being heard more than the voices that are here, which it seems like you're hearing all the time? How do we communicate that to everyone? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to that parent for being here. We appreciate you. We see you. I hope you see her and hear her too. Maybe we can streamline our process so parents can, message trustees on Parent Square. How about that? Just a suggestion, you guys. I'm only saying it because I'm also a parent. I'm also, and a very, other directors and other colleagues say that I'm in a very awkward position as a CSEA president, because I have to sometimes tell my amazing boss that we sometimes don't agree with her, right? That's hard to do, and I got to do it with grace, right? And I try. Some of the topics maybe we can add to special meetings is, how can we better support our students and our parents? that don't feel heard? How about a timely delivery of IEP services and supports? How about continuing services for students with disabilities beyond our scope? How about mental health access? Quality mental health access, because we've voted to cut our entire mental health clinician fleet, which is against PC and merit system rules, just by the way. Student safety and behavior support. Staff support for student safety and behavior support and training. Let's not wait until January to train our staff. Inclusive practices and in a least restrictive environment. Family communication, trust in special education, staff stability, student relationships. My list is long because I genuinely care. We can do this and we can work together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Turley, just a quick comment. For those of you that are live streaming and watching as well, please email us. The more input that we have from all of you on these special items that you want to have scheduled, we'd really appreciate that feedback. For those watching online, please email us. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like some feedback from the board. How would you like to proceed? We've heard from public. I'm sure each of us has our own ideas of things that we want to put out. Do we want to make some decisions right now, or do you each want to send in and then agenda setting prioritizes? I saw a hand first from Trustee Navarro.
Can we maybe mention some of them here and then discuss it more offline, when and where? Because I would like to.
Okay, that sounds like a good
ideas.
suggestion. I think I saw Daniel Dodge Jr. with a hand up. If you could turn yours off, Trustee, thank you.
I think one of the options that you said is to let the agenda, center concerns to agenda committee. So, thank you.
Thank you. And Trustee Medina? Oh my God.
Yeah, so this is our time to kind of just chime in, correct? Sweet. All right. Yeah, I love what everybody was saying up here. I probably may have duplicated a few. You okay there? You need a break? All right. So a few that I had compiled was IEP compliance and special education oversight. I got a lot of emails about caseload overload, unsafe staffing levels, loss of mandate services, failure to follow IEP minutes, turnover caused by lack of support, district decisions that place legal compliance at risk. So I think that's worth talking about. The second one that I have noted is mental health staffing, funding, and mismanagement of Medi-Cal billing, and seeing how we could recoup some of that funding from there. So cutting ERMHS clinicians and mental health positions, failure to bill Medi-Cal correctly, claims that certain positions cannot be funded with restricted dollars. I think that's worth having a conversation. Third, governance review, Brown Act violations and public access. I'm trying to keep everybody sane and on it, but we got Lozano Smith telling us one thing, we got effective school boards telling us another thing. So there's no consistency going on, as you could clearly tell by, I'm not even gonna say it. All right. Four, bullying response and school safety along with violence, right? I've got so many emails about students reporting bullying for years with no intervention, safety failures in special education environments, a student reporting sexual assault and being ignored, families feeling retaliated against or silenced when they're asking for more services for their students. So I think that's worth having a discussion. 5, reevaluation of layoffs and funding priorities. I think that's another topic that I heard that we could revisit. 6, equity in facilities and program access across sites. I think that's what one of our community members was saying there. PV High School is lacking a pool, performing arts center, safe facilities, students citing inequity between Aptos, Watsonville, and PV High School. So I think we do need to have that discussion. 7, VAPA program preservation, Prop 28 funding, and enrollment impacts. If we're not having a good sustained arts program, we're gonna lose a lot of students to other districts that are offering that great service to to them. So we need to have that big discussion right there. 8, staff support systems and elimination of TOSAs and program specialists. We need to have a discussion about that and the impact that it's going to have on our students. 9, student voice and governance reform. Why we don't have a committee where our students are running and letting the board know what we need to start looking into and giving them their own budget to allocate fundings is beyond me. And I want to challenge these people. If they're truly students first, put your money where your mouth is and create a student committee. 9, I think I said the student voices and governance. So those are the ones that I'm hearing. And with that being said, I think what we should do is compile all these and present an events calendar to the community so that way they could chime in if we need to move things up or down and give some dates. That would be my recommendation. Thank you.
Sounds a little bit like a combination of town halls and special study sessions. I'm recommending that we take all of this input and any board members or anybody else from the community who wants to also send additional topics, and then the agenda setting committee kind of prioritize what we're here. Yes, Trustee
I'm a little
Krasko.
confused, and you probably already clarified this. So are we giving you topics, or are we giving you ideas on how to request the topics?
I would like, my intention when I first put this on the agenda was to ask you for your topics, Okay. But we could also decide, do we here want to vote and prioritize some, or do you want to send them all to executive or to agenda setting to prioritize and work? You know, we'll message each of you and say, these are some dates we want to use, any of those dates work, that kind of thing.
Okay.
That's what I was trying to do before I got cut off. So I agree with a lot of what was said in the audience. Instead of getting into specifics in the weeds, just some broader, higher level topics, our special ed and our 3-year strategic plan, I think, is probably high on the list. And then also organizing a committee to look at site reorganization before we have any discussion of school closures, getting community involvement, and analyzing, different sites where there's an equity issue or like which school is like further away. So I think that that's an important special meeting to kind of get a community involved in that. And then mental health and what systems that we're going to have in place for our students. And I know that there was some discussion about doing a mental health fair, and I think that's still in the works. And then in Prop 28, I think we all use some education on Prop 28 and how that works. And then just in regards to the student committee, I do want to remind everybody on the board that there actually is the superintendent's student council that she meets with. And then, Desi, I think you're involved in that as well. So there actually are a lot of opportunities to get students involved. I know that I have talked to the principal at PV High about going in during lunch and trying to do sessions with students to hear from their voices as well. I would encourage all of us to try to do that. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. Trustee Carrasco.
Since we're giving you topics, a lot of them are already said, but one of them that I would like to explore is maybe get a little bit more information on how we created our fundraising policy for high schools with clubs and how we can increase it so that they have more of an opportunity to fundraise money for their clubs.
Thank you. Either of you?
Yes. So yes, I was a little confused by this item as well, but it's fine. My main takeaway from this is I think it would be really valuable for our board to participate in another 2-day workshop with ESB. Our previous session that we did over the summer was impacted by the absence of 2 of our trustees, as well as you all know several times we derailed it a little. And so I'm not sure that we really got the full effect that we could have gotten. So I think it would be nice. It's included in our contract to do it as many times as we want. So I think it would be beneficial for us to do that one again. I'm afraid that just looking at this agenda that we're straying from the governance principles that we've been learning from ESB, and we're, rather than staying focused on student needs and student, achievements and making our agenda heavy with that, we're micromanaging our district and we're, telling our Uber driver how to drive. And so that's my only concern.
Thank you. Trustee Salinas Holtz, do you have any suggestions you'd like to offer?
No, I don't have any, but I do agree with a lot of the ones that have been said, so.
Thank you. Trustee Flynn?
I definitely agree with the suggestion about having a town hall meeting with experts to come speak about SROs and some restorative justice practices that could be in place. There were a lot of things also that I agreed with, one that has to do with special education and testing and defining the differences between IEP and 504. And trustee, what's your name again? My brain. No. Trustee Navarro, when she mentioned the mental health systems in place, what they are going to be, I think that's a great idea. And also I agree with her with the site reorganization, having a meeting on that as well.
Thank you. Trustee Dodge, do you have any topics you'd like to add?
Not at this moment. If I do, I'll email the agenda committee. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Those that I think we need to prioritize are site evaluations as that feeds into our school reorganization process. Mental health, where are our students, why are our students suffering, and how are we going to be addressing that? Special ed, English language learners, and RSOs. SROs, yeah.
I really would like to prioritize getting community voice to help really drill down what the vision and values are in an effort to give the voice to the community so that the voice of the community can direct the board and that the board can direct the administration.
Thank you. So I'm not anticipating any action on that. I think we've gathered the information we were hoping for. We'll take that to agenda setting and schedule some meetings.
Don't we have to, since it's placed as an action item, don't we have to make that motion to give direction?
Would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, I would like to make a motion to, for the agenda setting to compile this information and present it to the community in a well-established calendar where they could have feedback on.
Second.
I heard a first and a second. All those in favor? Signify by saying aye. That looks unanimous to me. Okay, thank you. And next, we're moving to 10.2, which was a report and discussion item that was
Carol, I'm sorry, point of order.
Are we skipping 10-1?
Are we going to finish the action items before we move on? That's the point that I was trying to clarify in the beginning when we approved the agenda, is are we maintaining that we're going with action items and then report and discussion, keeping that order and just moving them up within their subcategories? So I just want to make sure we're not violating Brown Act by
jumping around.
Not doing
Point of
what we
clarification.
originally asked.
The intent of the motion was to have it up on within its own category. Yeah.
That was my understanding of the motion. And I don't believe that's a Brown Act violation unless we decide to take action on something that was on the agenda as just report and discussion. Yep. Okay. So that brings us to 10.2, Measure M project priorities for 2026, 27, 28. We'll go back to it. In the agenda adoption, people had suggested that we reorder things because there were things that they thought students might want to participate in. So, but we'll get to, we'll move back to the items that were skipped.
Marilyn, I requested it. It was me.
Okay, the report is offered by Gerardo Castillo, our Chief Business Officer.
Good evening, President Tully, board members, and members of the community. We originally have this item presented at December 11 board meeting, so we will summarize that for you. I want to give thank you first to Mr. Zambriz and his team. This is a project that they have been working for a very long time, since 2019. As a reminder to the board, as we present these items, we have a bond that was passed for $315 million. We sold $80 million, so we had the cash on hand. So those projects that we're presenting to you is related to the to those $80 million. So I'll keep that in perspective. You want to go to the next slide? As always, we present our report, keeping in mind our vision and mission. We think we have three important goals in our goal alignment, and that is goal 3 and goal 4. So as you will see on these projects, we will talk about what is our budget and what are we doing these projects. And most of these projects are what we consider ready for construction, or they are be ready. So as we talk about this, so out of the $80 million that I talked previously, we plan to spend $20 million in 2026. The majority of the work will be done during the summer. But once you start, there's a lot of work to get to the work for DSA. So we have been working from now, and then $30 million in 26, 27, and then $30 million for the additional summer. And during this point in time, we will plan to sell more bonds to continue our projects. Next slide. So our purpose today, I want to take out is talk about 2026, our shower levy projects. They represent a focused district-wide investments in student safety, accessibility, and long-term facility upgrades. The work prioritizes correcting aging and failing infrastructures, improving traffic flow and ADA compliance, modernizing campus entry and security, features and restoring athletic and outdoor learning spaces, collectivity. These projects strengthen our daily operations, reduce risk and defer maintenance, and enhance energy and efficiency and campus appearance. These projects support instructional, athletic, and community programs while being ready for timely execution during the summer construction to minimize disruption to students and staff, as well as having most of these projects approved by DSA. That's DSA stands for this Design State Architects. Next slide, please. So this is our projects that we discussed. They are like bid and construction ready, shovel ready. So next slide. So you will notice we added these projects, including the trusted area. All of these projects are included in the facilities master plan. So none of this is new information. They were included in the facility master plan. Next slide. So as I will talk about these projects, like the ones we will do in 2027, instead of talking a lot about each of them, these projects will focus on fixing aging infrastructures, improving safety and accessibility, and preparing the school for long-term use. They address critical needs such as failing roofs, outdated electrical and plumbing systems, fire alarm upgrades, ADA compliance, playground safety, and removal of end-of-life portables. Together, they ensure the school meet current codes, reduce ongoing maintenance, and emergency repairs. And they are more functional. By completing the design work now and advancing these projects through DSA, review and approval. The district positions then directly into construction in 2027. This proactive approach reduces delays, improves cost if and ensures projects are fully vetted. So I'm just going to go one by one. You can just go to those slides. And if there's any particular questions that you have, one of those we could talk. Let's go to the next one. Just go a little slower. Next one. A little slower. Yeah, just come forward now. Keep going. Keep going. Next one. Can you go to the next? So I okay, let's go. Okay. The next one. Yeah, I want to also mention that these projects and this presentation, we discussed that at the bond oversight committee. So we discussed during that venue. We spent over I think our meeting was for an hour and a half, and this was the main topic. So there was a lot of questions, representatives from the community discussing these projects and overall every expenditures that we have to measure L that we have completed, and that as we start in the measure N, we went over very detail. I know we went really fast, but the facilities master plan has been approved, and we are ready to, Mr. Ambris and I are ready to ask any questions. This is for information purposes.
I have a question, Mr. Castillo.
Yeah, let's do public comment, and then we can include our board comments and any comments that we have based on something that we heard from public. Then we're not doing it twice. I can't hear you.
I thought we did questions regarding the presentation before we moved on to discussion.
I'm finding that to be a little awkward because then we're going through 2 rounds of asking questions and still one. So on this item, I'm going to try it this way. How many cards do we have on this item?
Thank you for your leadership, Trustee Charlie. I appreciate that.
I was literally just going to say that, like, okay, girl, I see you.
We have
I'm
Ashley
speaking-
Yarrow, Gabrielle Barrazas, and Marilyn Garrett for 10.2. Sorry about that.
Are we ready?
Yeah.
All right. So speaking of item 10.2, I'm speaking as a CSEA labor leader and a partner in the success of of this district to address this item regarding Measure M projects, priorities, and how these decisions intersect with the student's stability and workforce planning. As the district begins to look into the potential site evaluations, as they already have, but continues to review its essential facilities investments, and that these are aligned with long-term educational use and potential stability. Measure M dollars represent a promise to students, families, and taxpayers. That promise is undermined when the investments are made in an environment of uncertainty. So I say that because if we are going to close schools, please don't use Measure M dollars to make those schools pretty. Please, I beg you, from both the student and workforce perspective, sequencing matters. We've discussed the role in how the SERP can help play in minimizing layoffs, allowing resignations, retirements to occur before layoffs. It will be significantly financially prudent. So this is operationally responsible, right? If we put the horse before the, however that analogy goes, it's gonna not be a good way to govern our monies. Taxpayers will be upset. I will not be very happy. And you'll hear me up here with grace and clarity. I'm trying to, I'm tired. I'm tired. I got bags under my eyes. I work 20-hour days and I get paid nothing, literally, for the job I do as a president.
Thank you.
Gabriel Barraza, Area 5. I do want to give some kudos for prioritizing the safety projects at Pajaro Valley High School. That situation has always been very dangerous for our students, and so I will have to counter that with a little bit of disappointment in the length of time that is going to take to build that Performing Arts Center. My children go to PV. They're both heavily into the performing arts, and neither will get to appreciate and perform in that performing arts building because it will be completed after they have graduated. So PV has been around for over 20 years, and it's a shame that they haven't been prioritized. We are the redheaded stepchild of the comprehensive high schools in this district, and if there's anything that we can do to advocate for faster timelines, especially on the safety project, again, as Lourdes had mentioned earlier, it's a separate issue, but we need our trustees to knock on every door and push and turn over every stone to get action on the bridge issue and to make sure that the safety issue with the parking and drop-off is completed in a timely manner.
Thank you.
Good evening. I think that we should be surveying students and parents before we do too much expense on Measure M. And I also agree with President Yoda Flowers about we should decide what schools we want to maintain before we make the expense. Also, I know it's come up before about the paint. And I said before, I thought it was not the right priority. But there is one area in the district where I actually think they could use paint, and it's actually at some of the back stairways at Aptos High. I feel like some paint could be used there. Also, the main thing, and everybody should know, right? Watsonville High needs HVAC. Right, and then also, it's not just the main building. I've had complaints from teachers who are in that kind of back area off Marchant Street about the old boiler. I guess there's problems over there. So that'll be another area for HVAC consideration. Additionally, staying at Watsonville High, something I think would be good would be redoing the paving at the staff parking lot. And you might actually try to partner with the city because, as I understand it, the Mello Center is like a shared entity. So they would have an interest in having parking for any event there. So maybe they'll fund some of that. And then also, just knowing like what I experienced, I think it would be wise in terms of like preserving your funding and ADA and everything, to have a backup generator at Renaissance High School, where I had multiple times where there was teaching in the dark. And then also like other issues come with that. And then just looking real quick at the last time I surveyed Renaissance on this, they had said the kids, they wanted a dark room for the photo class that no longer exists. They're talking about the sports field, mirrors and doors in the restroom, access to Soquel Creek water. Thank you.
Thank you. And that brings us to trustee comments. I'd like to start to my right with trustee Flores. Oh, I'm sorry. We did call Marilyn. Okay, you're up, Marilyn.
So I think some of these projects need closer evaluation. When I saw up there, I heard about energy efficiency, which is also toxic frequencies, and new electrical and communications equipment. So in addition to all the Wi-Fi and the broadband, upgrading, it makes me cringe because I know about the toxicity. And I think of the book, Toxic Sludge is Good for You, Lies, Damn Lies in the Public Relations Industry by John Stauber and Sheldon Rampton. We could say toxic turf is good for you, or toxic radiation is good for you. And then these marketing firms, one of them stated, and this is what's happening, the role of our communication is to manage perceptions, to motivate behavior, to create business results. So here we have business results that are toxic. Now, the pulse microwave radiation in this article, like that emitted by Wi-Fi, has been demonstrated through thousands of published peer-reviewed scientific studies to cause headaches, migraines, concentration difficulties, hyperactivity, sleep disorders, memory loss, erratic heart rate, asthma, immune dysfunction, chronic illness, blood sugar fluctuations, muscle spasm, joint pain, behavior problems, anxiety, depression, skin rashes, night sweats, weakness, and fatigue, and the list goes on. We should be removing these harms from the schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Garrett. Okay, back to board comment. Trustee Flores?
Thank you, and thank you for this presentation. I know we messed with the agenda and we should have heard about our site reorg before this item, and I think that's where it would have come up about, making sure we're not spending Measure M funds on sites that could potentially be closed later. And so, yes, we do have a lot of work to do as far as making sure, and I've said it in several meetings, in a couple meetings before this, that that's something we definitely need to look at. I also want to comment on PV High. I know in our last board meeting, we heard from students, really upset about not having a performing arts center, and we've heard from parents today. It's unfortunate that there are some unrealistic expectations that we're going to be shovel ready, tomorrow because we have the cash in hand. Working in construction, I know that permit process can take forever, and then when you add state involvement, it just is times 10. And so thank you for that calendar for specifically the Performing Arts Center, breaking down all the steps we need to get to before we can be shovel ready. Go ahead.
Yeah, so that's, so thank you. I just want to say, like, to a project like that, we are actually working to that, yes, to get a DSA approval, the environment, and all that has to work. So we started actually in 2026, but when we get to the construction, sometimes the things that you don't see takes the longer in construction, right? That's the part the part that is. So we will, we have this all of these projects that we continue working, and also if we go to that reorganization of schools for your comment, of course we will look into that. Something like once we design some criteria, and this is a guide, a list, and things change, so we could move things around, but we have a facilities plan that guide us, as a reminder, when we did the facility needs, we have $1.3 billion in our district, right? So we are very grateful for the community, our voters, for approving our bond of $315 million, but we still have a lot of needs, and everything that says we just have to prioritize. We cannot we can do anything, but we cannot do everything.
Yes, and I just wanted to reassure those students that this board and this superintendent definitely has that as a priority, and we will make sure that is happening, and we will do what we can to, try to hurry things along, but in construction, it's construction still.
Based on what I read, that was one of the big things that was discussing during the board or during the bond. That's the big project.
Yeah. And lastly, I want to thank you and our maintenance and M&O for those quick projects that we can, get done this summer. I know we've heard from some comments about paint not being necessary. However, we know that paint is that first layer of protection for our buildings. And when we allow paint to get bad, then it starts to penetrate into the structure, and then we're left with deferred maintenance, which is going to cost more. So it is important for us to keep our buildings painted and upgrading them. And it helps our students when they're approaching a nice building. It helps them with their learning as well, because they're in a place where that they love and they can appreciate and that they can take pride in. So thank you for this presentation.
Trustee Flores, do we have to go through the Coastal Commission in order to get that approved? Yes. Oh, man. Can you explain what the Coastal Commission is for people that don't know, or somebody?
I can. I fight with them on a semi-regular basis. I mean, they're my very best friends. So the Coastal Commission of California governs everything from the beach, 1 mile in, or to the first major highway, which typically is Highway 1. And it takes a lot of effort to get anything through them. In Santa Cruz County, typically, the Santa Cruz County Planning Department handles those permits, but at any stage, the Coastal Commission can take jurisdiction, and even if it's approved, they have, I think, 20 days before they can file an approval, and that can hang you up for another potentially year. So
Thank you.
It's a fight.
Actually, Trustee Dodge, I wanted to recognize you because the Performing Arts Center, the Pajaro Valley High School, is under CEQA and the Coastal Commission, which complicates the building of that site. And we actually had community members who had to advocate at the site level to even get that high school built. And it was somewhat of a miracle that we even got to build on that site and build the high school. And that's why the completion of that high school and getting a performing arts center has been so difficult. And since I first arrived in May of 2024, Trustee Dodge has been a very fierce advocate to aligning us with contacts that he has at the state level, and has set up a series of meetings over many months to try to quicken the progression of us meeting with CEQA, with the Coastal Commission, to get the necessary permitting so that we can fast track this project. So, and he's been a fierce advocate for that all the way through, from even pre-bond, through the bond, continuing to the bond. And so I just want to recognize Trustee Dodge for his work on that.
Sure.
The Coastal Commission has a new commissioner in this area. He's a supervisor from Salinas, and so the talks that I've had with him, he knows about how we need equity in Watsonville. And so Christopher Lopez is the supervisor, and he's our representative in the Coastal Commission. And I encourage you guys to reach out to him, and he's willing to talk and make sure Watsonville and PV can be completed as fast as he can. You know, he's not a Watsonville guy, but you know, his parents reside in my trustee area, and he's a Wildcat at heart. And so I'd just like to thank Supervisor Christopher Lopez for listening to us so far. Thank you.
If any of you has any contacts as we do the paperwork, you know, the secret, let me know, and we will reach out to them, because, you know, we have to do like the secret. There's a lot of environment agencies that we need to go through. You know, to be honest, you know, some of the things don't make sense to me, because we already have the school there. We already went through the approval process. Like, why you have to do that again? But it's considered a major project that we have to go through that. Like, so it's a lot of steps. But I know things sometimes, you know, we submit a paperwork, somebody, you know, just let us know, and we are a team working together. But those permits sometimes take a long time. We're working in a project. Renaissance High School that I thought it will take out like 4 months. We will get your approval like in a year and a half. You know, it just takes a better. So we're not we're just working with a system. That's what we're doing.
Trustee Daniel Dodge, is it worth reaching out to our state and House representatives as well? Do they oversee that, or should we be contacting our House of Representative for California 19?
I just think anybody that'll listen,
okay.
Anybody that'll listen and anybody that'll respond, I encourage,
The key people who make those appointments are the governor and the Speaker of the House.
And the Speaker of the House? Okay, so Robert, okay, got it. Robert Rivas, yeah.
Okay, we got a little bit sidetracked. Trustee Salinas Holtz?
My comments are a little similar, pretty similar to what we're already talking about, but I mean, now it's really clear to me that there's a lot that's out of like our control about like getting these projects done timely, and now I'm hearing about this coastal commissions thing. So I just kind of want to like remind everyone that this was before I was on the school board, but the project, the bleachers project that happened at Watsonville High School was a pretty frustrating experience for a lot of like athletes at the school and students, especially me, because it wasn't really clear at all when, like, how long the project took when it started. And I mean, from the time we were first told it was going to start to when it actually finished was almost 2 years, when the project itself like was delayed a lot and only took I want to say like 9 months or so. And I mean, like I said, a lot is out of control. I know things have changed, but I hope we can, with these new projects, especially the theater at PV, be a little more like, have a calendar, in which it seems like we do, and communicate well about a timeline. So, and even try to find ways to like work with, because I know it was unsuccessful, but I mean, it got done in the end, the bleachers at Watsonville High School. But I know we had been advocating my track team to be able to like work to practice when the construction team was not out there. And I know there's a lot of safety concerns about getting like construction done. But I hope like if I don't expect a sports issue to happen with like the theater thing, obviously, but to find ways to work around construction and like find bargains and stuff for school programs to still happen. And also, like I said, have a schedule and try our best to keep things timely. But I'm very happy that these projects are still happening, and I love the new paint job at Watsonville High School. I think makes our school look a lot cleaner and nice.
Thank you. Trustee Flynn? Trustee Dodge Jr.?
I'd just like to quickly say, to get this bond was a lot of work. There was a lot of people, a lot of businesses, taxpayers who didn't want to support this bond. But I just like to say, thank you to Watsonville High School Principal Gregorio. A lot of Watsonville High School students came out, PV students, new school. They door knocked and told people, please support this bond to make sure that we could, complete PV. PV was, one of the main issues I believe people voted for this bond. I just like to think that the taxpayers, business owners from all the way from Aptos, to Las Lomas, because there was a lot of resistance, especially in my trustee area. I have a lot of Watsonville City Council members in my area, and they said, Danny, it's rough. It's rough out here. There's a lot of resistance, but understandably so. The first bond didn't go well, in my opinion. It took a long time to complete projects, and only one of the main reasons why I sit here today is because I went to my community members, my neighbors, and say, hey, where are these portables at Minnie White, the field at EA Hall? As Trustee Desi said, this bleacher project was started 4 or 5 years ago, and it took a long time, a lot of change orders, a lot of things out of control. And so there was a lot of people hesitant to support this bond. And I just like to thank the voters, in my area too. Hopefully going forward, hopefully we can find ways to make sure we could get union work. Hopefully we could get, some carpenters, the trades, to come in and to make sure we don't have these, it's going to take another year, or it's going to be 2 more years until this gets done. And so I just, once again, I just want to say to all the, PVUSD voters and parents who supported this bond, thank you very much. And, air conditioning is a main need, one priority at Watsonville High. Trustee Carrasco, when I first went to Watsonville High, she was one of the main ones, like Danny. Air conditioning up in the history, but I know I'm working on it. Bobby Pell's on the wings, and I guess you could say the whole mech wing at the Watsonville High. That's how I remember it. There's special ed classes that we need to make sure we take care of, and so hopefully I know our maintenance. I have full faith in Serge Arlindo and everybody at maintenance and operation, and I just wanted to say, thank you for all those who supported the bond, and even those who didn't. We're working on it, and hopefully, you could believe in PVUSD and the Board of Trustees. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Flynn?
I just wanted to circle back to what Trustee Salinas Holtz was saying. And what I'm hearing especially from your experience with the bleachers, is that with that calendar, you'd like and correct me if I'm wrong, there to be clear communication during this process, and have site council involved, and go beyond that to really inform the students as well, because that's what I felt like from coming in last year, is that the students were not well informed about what was happening on their campus, and it became extremely frustrating. And so make sure that there's inclusion in those communications, because with construction, there's things that are out of your control. But showing due diligence that there is that communication, especially to the people who are using the space. And if things go off calendar, that's clearly communicated in the beginning, just to mitigate frustration.
Correct. And I think one of the things that slowed us down in Watsonville High School was the flood, because when we originally went to DSA, the footings were a certain depth, and when we had the flood, we had to go even deeper and wider, and that's what happened at Watsonville High School. That's what the delay of the bleachers.
It wasn't the delay; it was the use of the track that wasn't because of the delay. That piece, I think that the people who are going to be using the field and the track that during that part of the season weren't informed because it wasn't it wasn't foreseen that it would be unusable. And then that communication didn't happen, and so people were frustrated.
Yeah, and I think the message out, right? Because also one of the biggest things that we have is when we have a contractor and we turn the project into the contractor, he's 100% liable for it. And I think that's where the communication will try to get better and make sure that we have everything set and we let you guys know.
Yeah, and then, and then if it does get turned over to somebody else, trying to make sure that there is accessibility in a place that there might not be, where they're gonna shut something off that's gonna cause more frustration to the students and the faculty and staff who are on site. And again, it was something that was unforeseen, but we can take that as an example moving forward. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Navarro.
So first of all, thank you guys for all your hard work on this. I know it's a big lift. I did get several emails from students at PV High expressing their frustration about the delay of the projects there. And I know there's challenges with CEQA. I do hear of some legislation kind of coming down from the state level to try to loosen up some of those issues so that we can move forward in a little more timely fashion. So that might be worth something looking into. Also, some sort of performance bonus if getting it done sooner might be something to explore, because as tariffs are rising and costs are going up and labor is going up, the faster that we can get this done, the better. And like when the freeway collapsed in Los Angeles during the Northridge earthquake, they paid them a big incentive to get it up, and it was done in 3 months. So that would be another idea for kind of moving this along a little bit sooner. And then at the hospital, we often use a stoplight dashboard, which might be nice to put on the website that shows where we are with certain projects, what we're doing, what's the next step, so that we can be really clear with our community about where we are.
We're working on that, and I think it's the best way we could do for projects based on experiences. The faster we can do that, that way, the more money we could save for other projects. That delayed, it always costs a lot more money for cost labor and the cost. I want to, for full transparency for the board and the community, on the slide 8, we have to, besides CEQA, one of the big steps that we have to do in all our projects do require DSA approval. This is from 2026. You will notice that we have submitted and they have been approved or submitted. All of these projects have been done. So the ones that we're still waiting for DSA approval, this communication with that. And then if you go to slide 19, you can go to slide 19 for the 27-28. Those we are in progress, require DSA approval. So that's another big step. And sometimes the approval faster with DSA. Sometimes it's fast, sometimes it takes a long time, but that's all our projects. It's not something that we could just start. The Department of State Architect requires approval in all our projects. So there's an architect and an engineer in doing that, and we cannot start construction until we have the approval from the Department of State Architecture.
I totally get that, and there's a lot of squeaky wheels up here on this board, so if you tell us when you were submitted and who we can contact, that pressure would help. And then, in regards to the bridge and safety issues of the port, that I think needs to be a top priority, and would love to see a timeline on how that is getting done and where the barriers are and what we can do as a board to kind of help mitigate that. And then,
that's on the city, and we have communicated with them, and so we will continue working with that city though.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt. Just to add a little bit on Gerardo, is we actually are super grateful that these projects went to DSA last year, the end of last year, because the quota cycle changed this year for 2026. So then all those projects, we're able to put them under the code for 2022. So that's a big plus on DSA.
That's great. And I know there's certain projects that are being prioritized because of, safety issues like the HVAC system. It sounds like at Watsonville too. At Aptos High, it's the original one from the 60s. And clearly we need kids to be able to be warm and, cooled as the elements are going, and making sure they have a safe environment to be in. And I do also realize that there's certain projects that we're prioritizing over others so that we can get matching dollars from the state. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, all of this, like we have this slide here. So like these projects, this is one example. Like they cost about $30.2 million from our Measure M, but we expect to get refund from the Department of State later on, like about $14 million. What it is in this project is a process. We don't get a cash right away. It might take like a period of 3 to 5 years. So when we get the cash, we apply it in another project. But all our projects that we presented today, all qualify for a reimbursement between 40 and 60% from the.
It's a way to generate ongoing revenue by like starting with some of these other projects that maybe seem like they're not as important, but will generate more revenue for more projects down the road.
More projects down the road. It's a 40-60.
Yeah.
At the beginning, we have to put 100%, but then in 3 to 5 years, we get 60% from the state.
Mm-hmm.
But thank you for all your hard work. I know there's a lot to do out there. Whatever we can do to try to move the projects along at PVI, I would appreciate if you'd reach out and let me know what I can do.
Thank you.
Speaking of moving along, Trustee Crosco?
I'm just going to repeat what everybody's been saying. Thank you so much for putting this presentation. I know that echoing what Trustee Dodge said when I was campaigning, I had a lot of questions about Measure M. And, there was a lot of and I'm not saying this is your fault, but I'm just saying in general, there was a lot of mistrust in the community. So having this, it really it's that calendar that people want to see. They want to see, okay, you are working on this, it's pending. The other thing that I remember, I had gone to a softball game, a Watsonville High girls softball game, and a lot of the parents were interested in paying for some projects. Like, for example, that softball team had won a couple of championships, but they didn't have a scoreboard. So there's a lot of parents who are willing to do some of these smaller projects. They just didn't know how to go about it and they wanted their money for specific things. So and maybe this isn't you all, but if we could create something for, if there is a group of parents who want a specific project that they know that money's specifically going to that, I think a lot of our parents would be very interested in doing the smaller projects that they're able to fundraise for. Because I know like a lot of the parents from that softball team were like, can you believe we've won more championships than these other teams and we don't even have a scoreboard, So that was one thing. And the other thing I think we talked about a couple times, there's parents in our community who are construction workers, are painters, open up a day where we're able to say, hey, we're looking for anybody who wants to paint or has, experience in painting. I know a lot of people who work in construction, who are willing to do that as well, to do, again, the smaller stuff to save and to speed up the process as well. Yeah, but thank you for this presentation, and I know we have a lot to say and questions.
Thank you. And on to Trustee Medina, who happens to be an expert tile layer.
I am. You remember that? I lay out tile, y'all. All right. Can we go back to slide 8 really quick? And this is just clarification for me, because Radcliffe Elementary, trustee area 3, is that correct? 4, correct?
Chris, when we saw.
Oh, well, we have a child together in this. Okay, good to know. Radcliffe, I apologize. I did not know we were in that trustee area together. Yeah, so I was not informed about that. So I will be visiting Radcliffe pretty soon, hopefully with Trustee Dodge on that. That's your area, right? Okay, cool. We have a child. Look at that. All right, and we have children. Okay, great. Don't make me file for I'm just kidding. Sweet. So I really like seeing these improvements at Pajaro Middle School, especially the window replacements. I think that's great. I'm happy about the field. I know we've been waiting on that for quite some time, and also Aloni. The one thing that I wanted to ask is maybe we were going a little too fast, but what site were students and parents calling the poo-poo field? That's Charter School of the Arts. Okay. Cool. I just wanted, that came up as we were going through these, and I hope we're addressing that. Also, too, I know the impact of the bleachers onto the Watsonville High School tract. I know that they're fixing up the shot put area because that was damaged to some extent, and then now I know they're going to be working on the track. Is there a way that we could get an update on that? Because I know a few of the students and the coach kind of reached out to me and let me know that these were going on, so if we could address those too. And that was all my comments.
Yeah, we can provide an update on that.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'd appreciate that. That way I could pass it along to them. Thank you.
Thank you. And as this is a discussion and report item only, there will be no vote. I would like to point out to my fellow trustees that it is 9 o'clock, and what I consider to be probably the most important item on this agenda is the discussion about our students and how they're doing. And that's a 45-minute report. So we had said the next item we were going to handle was 10.5, so we're moving on there, and that is requests for documents and staff work. This item relates to what board members should expect when making requests to the superintendent.
Did you say 10.5 or 10.4?
I said 10.5.
Because
that what we, oh, it was 10.4 that we pulled?
No, I think 10.5 was moved up.
Yeah, it was 10.5 that we.
Yeah, but that's board listening sessions.
Say again?
That's board listening sessions.
Okay. Wow.
Number we moved up.
Wow, we switched. Okay, so we should be doing board listening sessions? Yeah. I ended up on my reversed. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. The purpose of the listening sessions is to inform the development and adoption of student-focused goals. We have held 3 events, one at Watsonville High, one at Aptos High, and one at Pajaro Valley High, as well as attended several sites and nonprofit meetings where we also went through our questions and our listening with the intent of informing goals. Trustee Flynn, sorry. Do you have anything you want to add to what we're doing as part of the implementation team?
No, I can save it for comment, or board discussion.
Okay. And it looks like Trustee Medina has left the room. I was going to ask him if he had comments about it. Okay. Yep. Are there any public speaker cards?
Yes, to Gabriel Barraza and Chris Webb.
Gabriel?
Trustee Carrasco, can you turn that mic off, please?
Okay, Gabriel Barraza, Area 5, and I'm also going to give some time to Lourdes. You guys had listening sessions last year, which was great. I would like to know what the results of those listening sessions. Is there some kind of report that's generated? Is there going to be some kind of action taken? Because to me, it's great to listen, but listening without action is pointless. So if we can get information about what was gleaned and what the action items were and are going to be taken by the board.
Trustee Turley, can I respond briefly to that? Oh, okay.
And then as part of some of those listening sessions, It would be good to, when the district presents some sort of building thing, like what they were talking about, maybe present it to the community and see if it works for us. Because a lot of the times, the way things are built do not work for us. And it defeats the purpose of having any improvement when it didn't improve anything. So instead of just like submitting stuff, how about bringing it out to the public first and seeing if it'll actually work for us, because we're the ones that are going to use it. So just wanted to throw that out there.
Thank you. Chris?
Okay, and one thing regarding paint, I remember when DeSerpa was here, then later Dr. Navarro brought up the same thing, and now today you brought the same thing. Like, all three of you, I think you're mistaken about the impact of the paint. It's kind of wishful thinking. I feel like you're kind of putting your own interests before those of the students. And I say that because I would say I never, despite repeated requests, I've asked the district, please tell me, show me the data that 18-19 Renaissance, model continuation Renaissance, had worse attendance and enrollment than 23-24 Renaissance. And if your theory of the case is correct about the impact of the paint and the pride and all that, then you should have that in the data. And I think you don't, because otherwise you probably would have shown it by now. So I think the data's on my side. Also, at those listening sessions, or at least the Watsonville High one, I do appreciate you guys having that. One concern was that I know we had Flores, Navarro, and Turley there, but seeing it's Dodge's school, and Carrasco, I feel like has ties. I kind of didn't like that they weren't the ones there. I felt like there was like a power grab or something. So I kind of didn't like that. And then also, one thing I really appreciated about that listening session was that the people who were there speaking, they basically had the right answers, and a lot of those answers were things that have been at this podium. So if on a regular basis you were to become more responsive as a board, some of that would be moot. You basically wouldn't even need it. But I do think it's good to have. And also, one thing I hope you heard was there was a special ed teacher in this district, been here a while, and she had said, right, she spoke about model continuation Renaissance and the value of that. So I feel like you should really look into where have we gone and what's our vision for Renaissance? Because I'm concerned. I'm concerned that you might violate a boundary, and the boundary for me is that, are you serving public education or are you low-key trying to privatize things? That's my big concern. Don't cross that boundary.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. Okay, that's the end of public comments. Do any board members have any comments on this item? Yes, Trustee Flynn.
So thank you for the public comment. The listening sessions, we're not finished with them. Not enough voice has been collected, in my opinion, to be able to come up with a report. My goal with the listening sessions is to capture voice from the entire district, and it's a bit top-heavy right now. Meaning that I have a lot of voice from my trustee area, but I don't believe that there's enough voice collected from the other trustee areas. There have been the main listening sessions, but I feel like we also need to engage with community partners as well, because it's not just about parents and students. It's really anybody who pays taxes. Somebody had mentioned something about not working for them, or the process not working for them, and accessibility and equity is a huge through line for me. We could have stopped the listening sessions, and I'm fighting to continue them. We're way outside of the timeline in which we wanted to be done, but that's being dictated by the community, not us, in my opinion. And to clarify, when I say that, I don't want to shut this down with only a few voices. I need to hear more, and from the voices of people that are usually not heard. And how we do that is what we're trying to figure out. So we need to get back on the calendar 2 Zoom sessions to be able to allow for accessibility for working people who may not be able to come in person. I've asked for suggestions and on who we need to engage with and when and how. I have tentatively a student session set up with PVPSA. I have a parent session set up with PVPSA, but we need 2 board members to be able to conduct those. And the dates that they're available, I'm not available. We've tried to conduct with Raíces y Cariño and engage the Mixteco community. So please, you can email the suggestions of who and where we should have these listening sessions. These will help to guide the vision and the values of the future of the district. And with that vision, not my vision, it's the community's vision, we will be able to take all of the information that we gather, report back, and ask, is this what we've heard from you? And you will have the opportunity to say yes or no. So a couple of the things that I've heard really loudly, well, one in particular, is that we do not make big decisions during the month of December. This was just something that I'm hearing based on community input and emails. And so if this is true for you, this is where I would need to hear this in the listening session. Otherwise, I'm just making that assumption, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to make an assumption on behalf of the community. That's an example. And then that vision, that value would then guide the goals and guardrails that the superintendent would have to adhere to, and then she would have to instruct the administration to work within those guardrails, so that they would have to have reports or decisions presented in November or wait till January. I'm using that as an example. It's hypothetical in the moment, but it could become reality if that's what the community wants. So what the listening sessions aren't is there aren't places for us to answer questions and give explanation. They are literally just for us to listen. We should not be giving any explanation. For me, the way that I've conducted them is I really want to take in honest information and hear what it is important to the community. We write it down, we gather it, we have the survey. I will ask, I don't know if we have the survey able to be shown on the screen, because if we have that, if we have the QR code, it should be online. And at some point we should be able to, during this meeting, throw it up there. And so, yeah, we also need that survey filled out. So, thank you.
Trustee Navarro, looks like you're anxious to say something.
Bless you. So just a couple of things about the listening sessions. I think, when we're so excited to get out there and hear from the community, that maybe we weren't super clear about what the listening sessions were, what their purpose was, what our goal was. And I think going forward, putting the questions out that we specifically want the answers to, so that there's clear expectations when our community comes up. Anyhow, there's a difference between these listening sessions and having an opportunity for two-way dialogue with our constituents, which is why I've started trying to do office hours. I did one before the December meeting, and then going forward, I want to do at least two, one near where I'm living, and because my district spans everything from Aptos on the beach side all the way down to the dunes. And so one near PV High or at PV High and one closer to Aptos, and trying to do those twice a month. I do speak Spanish, so that's not a barrier. Because that's the only real opportunity to have two-way dialogue. And when I did do that in December, it was actually really well received and there was a pretty good turnout. And it was nice to be able to have an actual conversation. So that's something that I'm continuing to do. In regards to which trustees were going to which site, Chris, I think you brought this up. I don't know if you're still here. But we were actually encouraged to not go to our own sites. We were encouraged to actually go to other sites because while we may represent one school or a couple of schools, we actually are trustees for the entire district. So it was important for us to hear not just from our people, but from other people. So there was no power grab involved. That was the thought process behind it. And then in regards to our timeline, the goal is that we're not supposed to stop listening until we feel like we've heard from everybody in the community, and we're not there yet. We're way behind on this, and part of it was that, the holidays and the reductions and the special meeting, all the stuff that was going on in December and November, it was a lot. And so we had sessions that we ended up canceling that were online, one in the Zoom in Spanish and the one after that just didn't materialize. So I'm hopeful now that we have that behind us, we can get back on track and do more of these listening sessions because there's a lot of people in the community that we have not actually gotten to or spoke to. And even when we went to Aptos, I'm surprised that you feel like you've heard from our community because it was mostly people who actually didn't live in our community that were at that particular meeting. So I think there's a lot more work that needs to be done in all areas of the district. And then in regards to doing big decisions during the month of December, unfortunately, we're bound to do the reorganization meeting in December, so that's not something that could be negotiated. And the reason that we did the reductions in December is because of the, qualified status that the district was in. And so we were kind of forced at that time to actually make it at that time. So perhaps we should have done it in two separate meetings since we ended up having two separate meetings anyhow, but that's why that went on. I try really hard to not interrupt you. I'd really appreciate the same respect, please.
Do you need something else to say?
Never mind.
Cool. I got something to say.
I was going to call on Trustee Carrasco.
Yeah. So,
Does Trustee Carrasco not have anything to?
I don't speak often, but I do. I have to say that although our listening sessions were not perfect, I really enjoyed them. I know that here's one thing that I've learned. Every time you try something new, it's not going to be perfect the first time, right? So what I took a lot of the positive and a lot of the negative, and I'm trying to, for the next one, apply. And maybe we could work on that. I think they're very useful. I am very out there in the community, and I even have to say that in the listening sessions, I met people that I did not normally come across. So I found that very helpful. Maybe we could spread them into the middle schools, because I know we did high schools. Maybe we can change that. I didn't have a high school in my district, but I did want to specifically go to PV because that's the high school that most of my students go to. So that was the intent. And I also was at many of these meetings, and I think the month of October, was it the month of October? I think every Tuesday and Thursday I was at one of these meetings. So I just could not go to all of them. So, and I know our availability, so I was not at Watsonville High, but also I wanted, I still have ties to Watsonville High. So I kind of already have heard, what is going on, but I find them very helpful. I agree that maybe we should publish the questions prior so that people can come prepared so they know exactly what they're, coming into. but I personally enjoyed them. I know they're not perfect, but it is one of the things that I remember hearing even before I was a trustee is that the board doesn't listen to us, the board doesn't listen to us. So this is the first step. It's not perfect. It's not, but it's the first step. And I have seen a lot of this board really try to put themselves out there to listen, and we just have to tweak it a little bit, and maybe it has to change. Maybe it's Zoom, maybe it's one-on-ones. I do a lot of one-on-ones with people. I go and have coffee with people. I meet people where they're at, and I do my best because I have a lot of other things, but I think I got a lot out of them, and we just have to tweak them. So I'm feeling positive.
Thank you. Trustee Medina?
Yeah, I think one of the things when you run a campaign, you actually do your listening session because you're trying to get out there, you're throwing out your ideas, and the two people that we heard from didn't run a campaign, right? They didn't get to go door to door, meet with their people and have these questions and check your platform to see if that's actually resonating with the community. I don't agree that we should be going to other schools. I think our trustee representative area elected us for a certain reason, and I think they want to see us there. When they found out that I wasn't in attendance for my own Pajaro Middle School session, a lot of them were really upset about that, because they don't trust anybody else but the person that they elected. Also, I've had a lot of parents talk to me about the limitations of these 3 sessions. The students who did attend themselves told me they did not like the format, which is why student trustee Desi, myself, and county student trustee Vicente are doing our own listening sessions with students because it gives them an opportunity to not be isolated to 3 individual questions, and they find that format a lot better than what they're doing. And again, when you run a campaign, you get to hear a lot of these things from the community because you're shaping your platform. If you want to see a well fleshed out platform that is advocating for what the community is saying, go to medina2024.com and look at my student platform that was made with myself, students, parents, and my community. Also, most sites should have a central hub. Mine's the Las Lomas Market. That's where I get to talk to the elementary school students, the high school students, I get to talk to the middle school students, and that's because you meet people where they're at. If you expect people to come to you, we're probably gonna be in these listening sessions for quite some time because we're not gonna capture all the people that we need. We need to be proactive in going out and meeting people where they're at. I talked with Raíces y Cariño, and they were very upset because they had scheduled something at 8 or at a certain time, and the trustee didn't show up until 1 p.m. So they said, our parents are not available at the time that that trustee showed up. So whose schedule are we abiding by, your guys's or ours? So I think those are things that need to be ironed out with ESB, but I'm going to continue doing my sessions in my district and collecting my information and meeting my constituents who elected me into my position, because the best source of information is when you go to the people, not expecting them to come to you. So those are my comments.
Trustee Flynn?
I agree. That's why I want to go out into the community and why I've reached out to PVPSA, Raíces y Cariño, so that I can go to them, because I do not, this is one forum, but working within what works for the community and showing up where they are is part of what we're trying to do. And that's why the accessibility piece and why I'm open to suggestion around when, where, how that looks. And if Zoom is a possibility, making things accessible. There was something else that you said I thought was poignant about, it's not ESB. They give us the framework, but we're the ones that are implementing, we're the ones that are doing it. So some boards could say, oh yeah, you're gonna come to us, but that's not me. And I don't think that's you, and I don't think that's the majority of this board. And so, again, there's the framework, and the questions are there to help people start dreaming and thinking. I want people to be delulu about what it is they're bringing forward and the vision that they have. And, you know, it's unfortunate that some of them will not experience the future of what they dream PVUSD could be. Just like the Barazas were saying, their children aren't going to be able to see or experience the Performing Arts Center until they're gone. That's disappointing. But because I know and I believe who this community is, even the people who voted for Measure M, they're voting on a dream. They're voting on potential of what this district can be, and they're putting their money into our children. And these listening sessions, if this is the only thing I ever do for this community, is just gather these ideas and then present them back, because I do want the change that is so deeply desired by the community. And we have to start somewhere. And I don't know that any other board has gone out of their way or would have extended the time to gather voice in a way that would allow for us to package the power, the decision-making, the guidance, and give it back to the community in a way that is really empowering to you, so that you can form the goals and guardrails for the community, not the administration, not the superintendent, not even the board, you. That's my vision. And so I invite you to participate. I invite you to ask others to participate. I invite you to do the survey. Even if you think it's not going to do anything, please just put in what you think, and we're going to gather all of the information and again, report back to you. That is our job. I really believe in this, and I really hope that you will participate.
Trustee Turley?
Trustee Navarro?
I just remembered what I was going to say before I got cut off, and then I think we should move on to something else because I'd really like to get to student achievement. So the last thing I was going to say is just, and so the public understands, these questions actually weren't from effective school boards. Trustee Flynn and Trustee Turley actually created them, like the questions, and I think you were supposed to be involved in that as well. But the listening sessions are going out and getting the answers to these 3 questions, and then they come back with all the raw data. The raw data goes out to the public. Did we get everything? Did we miss anything? And then after that, they make some sort of like word cloud for like the things that are most suggested, so we can like get an idea of what are the themes that are most important in our community. And then step 4 is that the board goes back and comes up with 3 to 5 SMART goals: specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and time-bound. So that's the entire process. And I know those of you who have attended the training in the community understand that, and I would encourage those of you who haven't had the opportunity to do the training going forward, because it's actually really enlightening. Thank you, Mr. Beecher, for going.
Yes.
I just like to say, thank you, trustees, for having this, your discussion of board listening sessions. I kind of, I do agree with Trustee Medina, because I represent Mini White, E. Hall, Baltimore High School, and Radcliffe, and my priority is to them. My time and effort is to them. When I make a vote and my trustee area doesn't agree, they tell me. And then I have to go back, and say, my trustee area told me that the vote I made wasn't in the best interest of trustee area 4. And when I get emails, from Aptos, high school or junior high, I say, hey, thank you for your email, but you have representatives that probably know a little bit more better about the issue than I do. Trustee Medina has his, when there's something at Pajaro Middle School or he knows what's going on. He's more in tune with those, constituents and voters, because Pajaro is different. It's different from Aptos. It's different from downtown Watsonville. And so, in my opinion, listening sessions are great, but, we were elected to serve this area. And I don't think it's right that I try to speak for Aptos or try to speak for Las Lomas, because I don't know those issues, and I don't want to try to speak for the issues I don't understand. So
Yeah, I think the point was to learn about the issues from the other districts, right? Because
and so that's just my opinion. And I could try to listen and learn, but those decisions are up to you're representing that area, and those are your constituents.
Yep.
we all decide, right?
Well,
So
also,
I defer-
trustee Charlie, point of order.
But I defer to what your trustee area, whether I agree with her. Oh, well, I'm gonna vote on behalf of Aptos High. No, if that's how you vote for Aptos.
Danny, she was appointed, so she doesn't understand the process of going to your constituency.
I find that irrelevant. I also feel like we've beaten this to death.
Well, I have a comment to add.
Those of us who want to participate are going to continue listening.
Yeah, and also just all four of you who are advocating this are up for re-election. So this is going to change again with the next board. So that's something that you should realize, because priorities are going to change with different people coming into these seats, like Danny's saying. You guys don't have the focus on what's going on in Las Lomas or Pajaro. You don't.
That's what I want.
And I'm telling you, and you're having me do more sessions because you want to feel good about having this done. Have you looked at my platform, Trustee Flynn?
For the next person who comes in, that way they have that there. It's already set.
They're going to run a campaign, and their constituents are going to tell them exactly what they want.
It is now 9:30.
Why wait? Why wait?
I agree with why wait. We've been waiting for 30 years for things to happen in this district. We're here right now. We should be doing something.
Nothing changes if
Danny and I are doing it. Why aren't you guys? That's the
Nothing
thing.
changes if nothing changes. And if that's the way that it's always been done, and you've expected different results, that's insane. The board is insane, and
It's up to the voters to decide.
That is.
Exactly. You weren't voted in. You weren't voted in, so you don't have that sense of a platform, Trustee Flynn. That's what I'm trying to get to you.
Order, and we've spent a lot of time on this item. I think we all understand where we are. Those of us who want to participate are going to continue. Trustee Dodge Jr., I really appreciate that you were willing to show up to the ones that we've scheduled at PVPSA. And the others who have also agreed to do that. I would like to move us on now to 9.2, Supplement Employee Retirement Plan. This presentation will be offered by Gerardo Castillo. How am I off? Wow. I must have used an old agenda because I am not in the right order.
Trustee Turley, can I make a motion?
Yes.
I would really like to get to student achievement data. Can we please move that next?
No.
Are we not here for
Okay,
students?
she's made a motion. I will second the motion.
It's not agenda, so you're going to Brown Act violate again?
It is on the
Hello?
agenda. It's 10.1.
But we already, go ahead, get another Brown Act violation.
It's 10.1.
Navarro,
agenda.
you've shown that you do not know the Brown Act, so please.
Cállate. You seconded it, right?
I seconded
Thank
it.
you.
Okay, all those in favor of bringing up 10-1 now, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That's 1, 2, 3. Where were you?
I'm not voting.
Okay.
Hey, Olivia.
And Olivia? 4. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So we are stalling 9-2 for the moment and moving on to, I gotta look at this, 10-1. Request for student, or report on student achievement.
Thank you, Ashley. Is it working? I told you how to move her. Thank you, Sylvestre. All right, good evening, President Charlie, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Dr. Contreras. Tonight I have the privilege of presenting the report on student achievement for the 24-25 school year. Sylvester, thanks for getting this going, because you don't want to hear me saying, next slide, please, 74 times. Okay, So we start, as always, with our collective why and remember what our vision and our mission are. And basically, our vision and mission are tied to our students thriving academically, socially, and emotionally, and empowering them to flourish in a dynamic and evolving world. So the purpose of our presentation is to report on the multiple data points highlighting our student achievement and then following up with our next steps. We especially want to highlight our results on the SBAC from last spring and the California dashboard indicators. We're going to be looking at a lot of data, our student achievement data for 24-25 and some others. Specifically, we're going to be looking at A through G readiness, graduation rate and dropout rate, foundational skills, CASP and SBAC, and I'll explain what those acronyms are. We'll look at attendance, suspension, EL reclassification, CELA by literacy, California dashboard, and then we'll talk about what differentiated assistance is, and we'll talk about next steps. But I moved the next steps up to the front as well because we want to make sure to embed within some of the things that we're doing in response to the data that we have. So I will be bringing forward these items, specifically the signature practices that were brought forth last year in the instructional handbook, highlighting teacher clarity, which is really the learning intentions and success criteria, and also using rigorous curriculum like our board adopted curriculum, and then teaching with intent, which is the gradual release of responsibility model. We're going to be talking about what you all approved, that MOU with letters, language essentials for teachers of reading and spelling. That's going with a lot of people. I started it. It's amazing stuff. Brain science, love it. We have SWAN, and which will soon be called Paradigm Math, as it goes through the state adoption process. It really is best practices and matches really well with our signature practices. We're working with 4 of our schools, 2 middle schools and 2 high schools, with California Ed partners, and really aligning our expectations and our instruction and our practices so that our students are successful going from 8th grade to 9th grade. And then you heard about it before, is our GRIT, our graduation rate intervention teams, where we're really looking at our grad rate, our dropout rate, our Ds and Fs, and our instructional practices at our high schools. Okay, so here's where we start our data. So this shows our A through G readiness, which is the coursework that our students are taking that allow them to continue into a 4-year college at the end of high school. We look at this as the course sequencing that our students take, and we look at the percentage of students who completed that course sequencing at the end of their 4 years in high school. So this chart shows A through G readiness in the school year ending 24-25, and then again in the school year ending in 2025. 24 and then 25. We see some gain in Aptos High School, and we see negligible loss in Watsonville High, and we do see some loss in PV High School. Overall, our district did go down in A through G readiness, which is not a good thing. Our percentage of students who are prepared for 4-year college when they leave us is below the state average. So this is an area that needs some work. If you remember last year, we brought in Aspiring Hire to help us on this, and we are preparing courses of study for all of our high schools students to help them address these concerns. One key area we were focusing on last year at GRIT was the next slides, which is graduation rate, but this is one that we're really tackling this year, and we're also doing it with the California Ed partners. Wrong way. Okay, so our A through G readiness by student group is a factor we do want to consider because we want to make sure that we're providing equitable access to all of our students. When you look at this chart, one area of concern is that our white students are having more access to A through G readiness opportunities than our other student groups. You can see our Hispanic groups have a negative change. Our ELs have had less access, and so have our students with disabilities. All of them are decreasing from 24 to 25. Our graduation rate last year was a huge focus for us again, but we really need to see these numbers change. Here we see the grad rate slides. You can see our change from 24-25 is an area of celebration. We did focus on this in grit, and so it's a testimony to the fact that when we focus on something, we do see improvement. Last year, we were not focused on A through G quite as much as we were focused on graduation rate, so all of our schools did show growth, with Aptos showing the highest growth. Our district overall showed 1% growth, which is actually a pretty good rate. It's hard to move 1% in a district this large. Again, Aptos had the highest, PV High had the lowest, and again, one key initiative that attributed this is grit. All right, and here we have graduation by student group. Similar to A through G, we break this out so that we can monitor equitable access by our student groups, for our student groups. You can see that our students group that had the most growth were our English learners, who grew 1.27%. And then you can also see the other percentages. Want to call out that our students with disabilities did drop, another area of concern. Our dropout rate was another area that we focused on through grit process, and you can see that our change in dropout was negative. And in this case, that's a positive thing. The overall decrease is a mark of celebration. We put a lot of processes into place to look at how we can find potential dropout students when they stop attending our schools so that they don't count negatively against us. Here we see our dropout rate by some groups, and we see a big decrease in our ELs and an increase in our students with disabilities. We will be talking about both of these groups more as we go through this presentation. For this one, I'm going to hand it off to Claudia.
Good evening, Board. So this slide actually shows our early literacy data. So we're looking at K through 3. One of the main assessment that we use to monitor our early literacy progress is an assessment called DIBELS, which is one that we want to help the board be really familiar with, because we're going to be bringing that up, and it is our key monitoring assessment for our foundational skills progress. One of the things that you'll see on here is this is like the other ones, it's showing end of 24 data and end of 25 data, and then it shows the change that's happening. So if you look across the rows, you'll see that we did have a drop between the two cohorts from kinder and first grade, but in second and third, their progress did improve. If you were to look at it on a diagonal sense of the kinders going into first grade, for example, you see there's a 42 to 50% jump, which is really good. And then you can also see another positive jump going from grade 2 to grade 3 in 2025. So that group also increased. On the other side of the house, you'll see Lectura. It is essentially the Spanish version of the DIBELS Reading Foundational Assessment. It did change. It was EDEL before, so you might remember it as that. The test is, there's some differences there, so it's a little hard to do complete apple to apple on this, but the basic standard skills are still there. So that is where you see the best growth happening. And you can see in the green column on the right, the positive big jumps in percentages of how we're doing in our Spanish foundational skills.
All right, so now we're going to jump into SBAC. And SBAC is our Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium. This is a computer adaptive test that has performance tasks, multiple choice questions, and written responses. All students in California take this test in grades 3 through 8, and then again in 11th grade. This is our mandated accountability test that's done throughout California. You'll sometimes hear people call this CASP, which is the umbrella of tests that's used in California for accountability for our district. And SBAC is a portion of that overall umbrella that falls under the, that makes up CASP, specifically for English language arts and mathematics. These data show us the numbers and breakdown of the students that took the assessment. You'll see that the total students is not the 15,000 plus that we have enrolled. Those are the students that were in grades 3 through 8 and again in 11th. I'm going to pass this one off to Dr. Contreras.
So this slide you have seen many, many, many times. We've shown this over and over again as a point of reference for where PVUSD is and where we are in comparison to the state of California, where we are in comparison to Santa Cruz County, and then where we are in comparison to our neighboring schools. And this is in relation to English language arts, and then in relation to mathematics. And the reason why we've put this in front of the board multiple times since we've had access to this data is because we want to create that sense of urgency for what's happening with our students, and that we really need to have that laser focus on student achievement, how they're performing in English language arts and math, because we are not following the similar trend to the state of California and to our neighboring areas, that we're not seeing the similar growth trends that we would expect to see. And so we know that we need to increase our focus there and really study where we're having successes so we can continue to create success for our students.
Okay, thank you. This is another way to look at the data. We call these the wheel. And this is what we do here is it shows us the breakdown in proficiency levels. So you'll see the percentage of students that are meeting or exceeding in the middle there. And then you see the color coding of students that exceed standard, meet standard, nearly met standard, and then the ones that did not meet standard. The next set of slides show percentages in growth in regards to students meeting or exceeding standard. This one shows how our grade levels did in 24 and then again in 25 and the percent change between these testing years. We monitor this so we can see if there are trends and improvement per grade level. It tells us two different things. One is whether the grade level of the students is improving, but also whether or not our instructional practices are improving. What you want to see is the implementation of instructional practices producing student achievement growth. We want to see each grade level improve, but we also look at our cohorts as they are moving through our grade levels. We monitor to see if those cohorted students are growing and if we're providing effective instruction for them over time. And so we look at this diagonally as well to see if each cohort itself improves. When we look at this slide, all of these diagonal green circles show that those cohorts had some growth aside from one, which did have minimal growth. One thing to note is that 5th and 6th grades are typically areas where we sometimes see slides in California. This is our SBAC math. Here again, we look at our grade levels. We want to see change for these students from grade level to grade level and from year to year. Because that lets us know if our instructional practices are improving student outcomes. And then again, we look diagonally to see how our cohorts are doing. This is an area of concern because we see that our cohorts have slid back. And this is where SWON Math Initiative becomes very important, because we know that SWON Math gets results and that we have expanded that program to other schools. Last year, we brought in 2 schools, and we did a December start. So you're not going to see a whole lot of data yet. But this year we have additional schools, and they're going to be they started from the beginning. So we really are hoping to see improvement on this data right here. Here we have our English learner data in English language arts. This is how our English learners performed. And as we look at this data, we see all positive change, though low proficiency levels. Here we have our English learners in math, all positive change except for in 2 grade levels, again in 5th and 6th, where we've seen students struggle across California. Here's our students with disabilities by grade level. As you can see, we see some drops and some gains, but overall we went down. And here's our students with disabilities in math, mostly increases with a slight overall increase. So here's our SBAC results for each of our elementary schools. The schools in red are the schools that overall had a backslide in their entire school results, and the schools in black are the schools that did see some growth overall as a school. This slide is the same data as the last, just in a different way of looking at it. The green bar at the bottom of each school is positive change, so we want to see bigger green bars. Here again, we have the elementary schools, and this time with math results. Again, red is backsliding, and black are schools that showed improvement. And then again, that one. Okay, so here we have our SBAC results for English language arts for our high schools. In high school, students only take it in 11th grade. So here's our site data compared to the state, the district, and the county. You can see that Aptos went down, but PV and Watsonville High both showed gains, which led to our district overall gains. Here's the same report for math. We really want to call out and highlight Watsonville High's growth last year. That is very significant. Here we have SBAC language arts, English language arts for all grades comparing 24 and 25 with the previous year's results. This is broken out by the achievement levels. We read this by color. Red is what you do not want to see, and blue and green are what you do want to see. Our intention is to see more and more green and blue each year. And here's similar data just put to a linear graph so that you can see how we compare our trajectory over grade levels. The y-axis is proficiency and the x-axis is grade level. The state average is red. The previous year's results are the yellow line, and the most current year is the blue line. So as you can see, we have a gap between our performance and the state of California. We do see some improvement in regards to closing the gap, but our trajectory is very similar to the state, just at a lower level. And there's the same report in math as earlier. And then the linear report again for math. Again, the state being red, us being blue for this most recent year and yellow for the previous year. Here we do not see the same trajectory as California. Here we have an interesting result where the state is getting worse in math, and we are actually seeing an uptick in math by the 11th grade. So over time, our students are actually performing better, whereas over time, the state of California performs worse and worse. So we're studying these results now because that is a break from what traditionally is happening in the state. And now I'm bringing up Peggy.
Good evening. On this slide, you'll see here some comparison for attendance for different groups, including overall. You'll recall that attendance is the most important thing that we can focus on because we need our students in their seats so that they can learn. So we have done a lot of work in attendance over the last 20 months with our attendance campaign, a lot of celebrations, and our schools are seeing some improvements. And in fact, last year, you probably recall, we were around a 94% attendance rate, and it actually was continuing to go up. And then through the news around ICE raids and those types of things, we saw a bit of a backslide. Right now, we are hovering right around 93%, and we continue to celebrate the tremendous work of our school sites and the connections that our families are making at the school sites with their teachers, with the staff on the campus. And I think that it's their positive work that we are continuing to see improvement. Wrong way. There we go. On this slide, on the left are the sites with the highest attendance for last school year, those who had an over 93% attendance rate. But we always focus on continuous improvement, and so the area on the right-hand side of the slide are the sites that had the largest improvements and showed improvement throughout the year. in lots of places when we measure things, a 1% growth is like, ooh, okay. In attendance, that's huge. And when we look at our high school, for example, with PV High School of a 1.66, anything above a 1% increase in attendance is massive. So we really credit the work that the students, staff, families, and the whole community of PV High did and are continuing to do and focus on. So all of those are to be commended. And at that high school level, a 1.66 change is really tremendous. So we're really proud of them. And then lastly, on suspension rates. So we have made a really strong focus over the last several years on positive behavior interventions and supports and implementing more restorative practices. You'll see that on this slide, that is really captured, that we're seeing our suspension rates declining. We're seeing our students' positive behavior being rewarded and set as models, and the less desirable behaviors, working with students to help them correct those behaviors themselves.
All right, so now we move into reclassification of our English learners. This is another source of pride for us. As you can see, we've been reclassifying students at a greater rate. This graph shows reclassifications by Q1 over the last 3 years. And on the right, you can see the schools that had the biggest gains. PV High, Lakeview, Pajaro Middle, EA Hall, Watsonville High. So some shout outs to those. That's some great celebrations to see such an increase in reclassifications. And here we show the totals over the last 3 years by grade bands. For 25-26, these are just the students that have already met the 2 academic criteria for reclassification, so they're not finalized. But we might get even more reclassifications as students start taking the mid-year assessments. So that's even more exciting because they're taking assessments right now in STAR and they might qualify again. We might have more students that qualify for that second academic criteria. So here we have the number of graduating seniors last year and over the last 3 years that received the State Seal of Biliteracy. This award values multilingualism and honors students that demonstrate proficiency in English and another language. And again, you can see growth each year. One highlight here is that we were one of the first districts in the state. We jumped in right away, and every single year, other than one, there was that one glitch year. I think it was right around COVID. We've been growing every year, so this is really exciting. Okay, so that was a lot of data, and we're halfway home. And now we're going to be moving into the California dashboard. And so this is our true accountability measure that is monitored by the state. It's a growth model, meaning that we're always looking at making continuous improvement. We see growth or decline with a color coding system in the 6 state measures, which are chronic absenteeism, suspension rate, EL progress, grad rate, college and career readiness. And then there's a separate priority that encompasses English language arts, mathematics, and science. We don't have a science indicator this year because it doesn't have a comparative as a growth model. It only has 1 year of actual being implemented for this. So it's actually not one of our accountability measures yet, but next year you will see that it's part of our system. Okay, so when we look at the dashboard, we see these tiles, and these tiles demonstrate where we are for each indicator. So for this year, we are reported as having red for chronic absenteeism, yellow for suspension rate, green for English learner progress, green for graduation rate, yellow for college and career, and yellow for English language arts, and orange for math. And we're going to be going into each of these a little more detail. It does go. The way you read this is, like rainbow order, Roijibiv, right? So red is the lowest, and then blue is the highest. So it goes in that order. Okay, so when you drill down, we get a little more data. So these tiles show us not only color, but also some key data. And so we're going to be looking at these a little bit more closely. So right here, you can see 2 important data points. The dashboard is a measure of both growth and proficiency. So in the blue box, you see proficiency level. For ELA and math, you see how far away we are from meeting standard in points. And that's the difference from our site average or our district average score, scale score, from what meeting standard scale score would be. So the goal for us is to close the gap and continually move closer to standard or exceed it. In the next two, it shows percentages. One note on the CCRI, the college and career one. We're looking into that because there might be some discrepancy in the way the data was uploaded, because there were some changes in how it was indicated last year. So we might actually see some positive growth in that one, but we're working with the county on that one. Okay, so one thing you might have noticed is that we did increase a small number of points in math. You see in math, we increased the same amount, 3.3 and 3. But we're orange in math, whereas in language arts, we're yellow. That's because if you look at the points below standard, we're closer to standard in language arts than we are in math, and therefore we're higher up on the overall scale. And I'm going to go into how the colors are determined later. Okay, and then we also see some important information about how we're doing ensuring all students have equitable opportunities to progress. Here we see the distribution of demographic groups. In the next slide, we'll look more closely at this, but in a nutshell, this says how many groups are in red, orange, yellow, green, and blue. If you were going to go into the dashboard, when you click into that button where it says View More Details, you could look at this. So here we have our groups for our English language arts, and so you can see the demographical groups that are not progressing as much. So on the right, if you click on that button where it says the red group, you can see your homeless and your socioeconomically disadvantaged students. You can dive in and see how many points below standard they are, whether they declined or maintained or increased, and you can even see the number of students that qualify for those categories. And here you have the same dive for the math. We see here our homeless youth are the only group in red, but you can also see that we have many groups in orange. Again, we're always looking at equity and our opportunities for all of our students. And this is a really big indicator and a good way to find, where we have a lot of work to do. Here we dive into our English Learner Progress Indicator, or we call it the ELPI. This is one of the areas we have for some celebrations. Not only did we move to green overall, but as you can see on the right, our long-term English learners moved to blue. This is significant because there's a long history nationally and within California that this is one of the hardest groups to see progress with. I want to give a shout out to teachers, our English learner specialists, and our administrative English learner leads for supporting these students. This is also one of the main reasons we saw a large increase in our reclassifications. All right, so here we have our CCRI, or our College and Career Indicator, Readiness Indicator. As mentioned earlier, this is where we monitor how we do as a district to provide all of our students with a rigorous, broad course of study that prepares them for post-secondary success. You can see the bullets. These are ways that you qualify, or that a student would qualify for meeting the standard in this category. And so here you see the tile, or the tile and the subgroups. Once again, we see discrepancy between our white students and all other groups. Okay, so this slide has a lot of things going on. This is what we call our 5x5s. On the left-hand side, you see the proficiency level. For example, for this one, we have our English Learner Progress. So on the bottom, you have very low, meaning we don't have a lot of students who are going up one proficiency level or more each year, to the top where it says very high. And then in that pink oval, from left to right, it's whether or not they decreased or increased. And so you can see in one snapshot on the 5x5, you can see which of our sites are making progress with our English learners more than others, and which of them are performing better than others. To break it down a little bit more, you can see in the pink circle, we see Lakeview and Pajaro Middle. They're in blue because not only did they make great progress over 10 points or 10%, but they also got to the point where that they're over 55% of their students made at least one proficiency level gain. So here we have the same 5x5, but this time for chronic absenteeism. As you can see, most of our schools are very low row. Of note, for this one, we want to see decreases, not increases on that top there. So you want to see, you're always looking for the right. So on the top it says declined significantly. So you see Mar Vista and Rio and Cesar Chavez and Landmark and Pajaro Middle and Radcliffe were the ones that declined the most, and that's what we do want to see. Here you see the same topic, chronic absenteeism, but this time broken down by our subgroups. On this slide, we have our 5x5 for suspension rate by school. Here we see a wider distribution of levels in growth. Again, for this one, we want to see decreasing suspensions rather than increases. Here we have the same 5x5, but by group. One thing I want to call out here is that we see only one group in red, and it's our Black and African American students. This is a big problem. You may have noticed that this is the first time we have seen our Black students in any of these indicators. This is because we do not have enough students to register as statistically significant as a group for the other indicators, and yet we do see them here. We have a lot of work to do, and this data point is significant. Another group we haven't seen yet is our foster youth. We see that there is a decline there, but they are still at the very high level. Again, we have a lot of work to do to ensure we are providing all of our students with access. On this slide, we have the 5x5 for graduation rate. Here we have that 5x5 by group. A few call-outs here. Again, we see progress with our long-term English learners. We also see a significant increase for our students with disabilities, though we are still low in the amount of students graduating in those groups. Here's our ELA indicator by school. One note is that if you go into each school on the dashboard, what these 5x5s will show you on the left-hand side, it'll show you the difference from standard that you for each of the proficiency levels. So with school, I was working with a principal just yesterday, and we were looking at her 5x5 for her school for language arts and math, and where it says very low or low or medium, it actually tells you what numbers they need to get to. So the principal realized that, or she showed me that she already knew this, so it was great for her, that she only needed 3 points to move from red to orange. And she started working with her teachers, like, obviously we want to go beyond that. But we're always looking to gain points and to show progress. And it was kind of a motivational thing. It's like, we are making progress. We are supporting our students. And here's another reason why we got to keep going at it. And here's our English language arts by group. And here we have math by site and math by group. Okay, and there's our college and career indicator, sites, and groups. Okay, so now we move on to some different data. Here's a bigger breakdown of our graduation rate by student group. We are highlighting this to show that though we're above state average for graduation rate, we are not satisfied with where we are yet. We have big initiatives that are specifically designed to ensure that all of our students have supports and resources they need to graduate. This metric is what drives our GRIT process and also our work with ed partners. Okay, so now we're back with the colors, and we're almost there. Here we see each indicator at the top, all the indicators that we've been talking about, and we see all the districts in our county. One opportunity to brag is that first one, English Learner Progress. We're the only ones in green. And that's significant because we are by far the mass majority of our English learners in the county. So that's an area to celebrate. Okay, and then, so here it is. You've just saw a lot of data. I feel like if this is the culmination, if I did my job tonight, I hope I have, you can use this one slide to sum up this whole thing, right? This slide shows you how we're doing as a district on with each of our student groups, with each of our indicators. And so, you know, I mentioned our Black or African American students. You can see there's only one color there, right? You can see that our English learners are green, and you can see our long-term English learners are blue. And so this, I'm hoping, will help you all and help everybody watching this presentation talk about where we are and where we have areas of growth needed. So I'll give you a minute to look at that. Okay, so now what? So one of the results of this accountability measure is something called differentiated assistance. And we qualify. And so differentiated assistance is a targeted support system in California designed to help districts and county offices that are struggling to improve student performances and address their equity gaps. Essentially, it's an accountability measure that requires the district to partner with the county office of ed to close gaps identified in our dashboard indicators. You become eligible if you have multiple, if you have a group performance in 2 or more of the LCFF, the local control funding formula state priority areas. Specifically, what they look at is these 4 priority areas. You have pupil achievement, pupil engagement, and that's around chronic absenteeism and graduation rate, school climate, and that's where you get your suspension rate, and then outcomes. And really what we're gonna see is that most school districts that qualify for differentiated assistance have 2 reds in these 4 areas. And now you see where we're at. So we qualified for socioeconomically disadvantaged students and students with disabilities. For socio, it's red in chronic absenteeism and English language arts. And for students with disabilities, it's college and career. One thing to note, and I'm gonna go back to this one, you'll see that some of our groups in language arts and math, for like our homeless students, for example, are in red in math and English language arts, but those actually both qualify as priority 4. So it only counts as 1 red when it comes to differentiated assistance. And I can answer more about that later. So those are our 2 groups that currently qualify. We did have 2 groups last year as well. We had foster youth and students with disabilities, and that's why we had an LCAP goal specifically around those 2. So part of differentiated assistance is the work that we are doing with Santa Cruz County Office of Ed. And with them, we have regular collaboration. We really are looking at data, progress monitoring, and identifying areas for support. We have direct coaching. All of our sites are being supported by one of their 5 C&I, Curriculum and Instruction team, or Ed Services team. And they're supporting us with our signature practices, culturally responsive pedagogy, and data analysis. So that support's going directly to our principals. And then they're big supports when it comes to the development of our LCAP and looking at our data systems and helping our assessment and accountability team. And that brings us to the end again with our next steps. You've heard me talking about each of these. These are not all the things that we're doing in response to the data. These are some of the signature practices that we really wanted to highlight, that we're really excited about and we're seeing great progress with. And we hope to keep coming back and we hope to show you more progress next year because of these and many other things. And with that, I'll hand it back.
Thank you for your report. Before we move on, I would like to note that it is now 10:09, and I would like to ask for a motion to extend. I would like to make sure that we at least leave enough time to take care of 9.3, which is supplemental employee retirement plan, which we must take care of today, and consent.
I make a motion to extend till 12:30 with a 10-minute recess.
I'll second.
Is there a second? The motion is to extend the time until 12:30. Okay, and we'll take a 10-minute break and then come back and
Trustee,
extend to 10.
I'd like to make a secondary substitute motion. I would like for us to go to 12:30, but take a 5-minute break.
I think we'd like to take a 10-minute break right now so we can all have access to the bathroom. So 10 minutes, and then we come back and we extend until 12:30, or stretch, or whatever we need to.
I'll rescind my substitute motion.
Okay, so I heard a first. I don't think I heard a second.
Second.
Okay, first and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. As soon as we come back from a 10-minute potty break. Or stretching break. All right, we're calling this meeting back to order. Thank you so much for the presentation. We'll now open it up to public speakers. How many cards do we have, and would you like to call some names? We are on 10-1, report of student achievement.
Let's see. Marilyn Garrett, Chris Webb, and Mr. Bill Beecher.
Hello.
Only 3.
Please keep your comments to 2 minutes. Thank you.
Michael's been waiting a month and a half to make this presentation. It should have been done in September or October. This report shows that we have major issues with long-term English language learners, special needs students, and mathematics. Fix those and you do terrific, because if you took those out of his numbers, this district is actually doing very well. So let's look at my data. 37% of our students are English language learners, and less than 4% of them meet or exceed the English language arts standards. Compounding this is more than 40% of them will drop out of middle and high school starting in the 4th grade. When they get behind, it's hard to catch up. Special needs. 18% of our students are special needs or students with disabilities, with less than 8% meeting or exceeding the English language arts standards. This may be impossible to fix unless you make major changes. I sent you a list earlier of a bunch of districts that do very well with their special needs students. We should learn from them. That leaves us with mathematics. Go figure. %17% meet or exceed the state standards, and our teachers are giving out grades where over 50% of the students have a C or better. They're grading to the curve, not to the standard. That's the first thing you learn. You gotta teach to the standard. And who sets that grading? It's the teachers themselves. Ask Brandon. He can fix it. Now, if we graded to the standard, you'd find out how poor some of these teachers are. Math is a foreign language in itself. Imagine trying to explain set theory, geometry, algebra, or even trigonometry in Spanish.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And you're welcome.
I want to start by saying my son attends a bilingual program over the hill. It's key to why he even goes to the school he does was that program. Part of what makes that program as a success is that it has heterogeneous groups. Specifically, it has English language learners. And if his school didn't have those English language learners, I might lose the program that I specifically sought. And those students have helped my son get to the point where he's second grade. He's already blown by me in Spanish. I've been so proud of him that on the 11th, had it been a normal meeting, he would have made his very first public comment, and he was prepared to do it in Spanish. And he's 7. So let's not reject our people. Also, achievement. I see that there's better achievement and more pride in a student in them actually achieving things than in the physical building that they're in. I know and also I'm thinking about different student, maybe only Dodge was here when I had some of my student leadership people come. But one of the people who came, or he came here and performed well, but then as that school, as Renaissance changed and we lost the behavior response system, his mom came to me one time for back to school night and was like, hey, you need to kick my boy out of your student leadership group. I was like, why? He's like, that's the only reason he wants to come to school. I was like, that's not what the group is about. You need to find and then I'm principal. Basically, I think we should, as a special board meeting, we might want to revisit model continuation because I feel on behavior response, attendance, there's just multiple metrics where it really is a model. And I feel it could show a lot of other sites a good way to do it. And also because of the African American stuff that came up, I just want to say, and I hope all my teachers do this, but I've been holding down the no N word in my room, and I think we should all do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Education, not radiation. Education, not radiation. You cannot realistically expect children to be healthy and doing well, academically achieving in a microwave oven environment. And that's what this represents, as does the Wi-Fi computers, the dashboard, which I think is a waste of time. This was gobbledygook to me, actually, to be honest. The American Academy of Environmental Medicine states adverse health effects such as learning disabilities, altered immune responses, headaches, etc., from wireless radio frequency fields do exist and are well documented in the scientific literature. In September 2010, the Journal of the American Society for Reproductive Medicine, Fertility, and Sterility reported that only 4 hours of exposure to a standard laptop, get this, using Wi-Fi caused DNA damage to human sperm, unquote. Multiple studies correlate radio frequency exposure with diseases such as cancer, neurological disease, reproductive disorders, immune dysfunction, and electromagnetic hypersensitivity. The fact that radio frequency exposure causes neurological damage has been documented repeatedly. So I have copies of this medical advisory, Wi-Fi, and children's health for each one of you. Remove the radiation harm. Education, not radiation, please.
Thank you. Do any board members have comments? Trustee Flynn.
I have a lot to say, and I will speak plainly, and you may not like it. I am personally offended by what was presented on so many different levels. One thing I would like to see updated is the word homeless to unhoused. I'm not done.
Can I just don't want Mr. Berman for this to be on him. That's the way our state of California, that's the language that they use, and that's their reporting.
That doesn't mean that's the language we have to use. I'm
Those are
just
their
making
titles.
a statement, and I'd like to
I just
have
want
my
to make
time to
sure that
finish.
he's not.
I understand that.
Point of order, can you tell the superintendent to let trustee
You can, I recognize that you're using the information that was given to you, that you researched, and I'm asking that it be updated. And it is, just because that's the way that everybody else does it, doesn't mean that's the way we need to do it. It's a respectful term to speak about our community. I recognize that in this report that I think that something was said was there aren't enough Black students to have statistical significance. I'm personally offended by that. If we have one Black student, that student is statistically significant enough to be on the report. In 2020, if you looked at the county demographics, do you know where all the Black people were? They were in jail. I wasn't in jail. My friends weren't in jail. So why was that? Why was it that the county demographic showed that there were 0 Black people in our county? I don't exist, or I exist in a jail, and that our jail demographic, the highest population was Black. So what that tells me is that all the Black people in the county were criminals. And you're looking at me, is that true? No. So I did some work with the Black community to make sure that we were unothered. I would like that to happen with our Black students, our unhoused students, and our foster youth as well. I know that takes a little bit more time, but they deserve to be seen. Are you familiar with targeted universalism? One of the things that was said was that we have a lot of work to do. My recommendation is that we start there with our unhoused, our foster youth, and our Black students. Figure out why they, not our ELs, as earlier suggested, but why they are in the boxes that they are in, and work backwards. It's proven to work when you do it that way. It also shows me that there is some major biases going on in our district, and that some anti-bias training is probably in order for every person who works for PVUSD. I don't need the comments. This was really hard for me to see and hear but it needed to happen, to be uncovered, so that the work can be put in the right place. I'm curious too about one of the earlier slides that talked about PV high and the timing of the removal of Barrios Unidos and their decline. I don't know if there's a correlation to that or not, but I would be curious if there were a correlation. Yeah, thank you for listening to that. I know my words were not easy. They were hard, but they are true. And I would like to see those things done. Thank you.
I just want to say that I greatly appreciate and acknowledge that. I have a hard time with the vernacular of the state as well, and we can work on that. Because I agree. I feel uncomfortable using some of those terms.
And Trustee Flynn, I do want to point out that the way that those tiles are set and the 5x5 grids are directly given to us for reporting purposes by the state of California. That we're not, then that's what I was trying to frame, because I don't want Mr. Berman being credited with the creation of those materials. Those are given to us by the state. Those are how we are given our reporting, how our students have performed. That comes from the state of California.
I heard that when you said that. It's wrong. It's wrong. So the state is wrong, and we get the information, and we don't have to use the same vernacular, is what I'm saying. I understand that what is being said is that the information and the slides and the vernacular came from the state. But we can set an example for other districts, and we don't have to use that vernacular, is what I'm saying. I don't want that to be an excuse. So thank you for the explanation, but it doesn't change how I feel.
Trustee Turley, I got a comment to make.
Trustee Medina?
Yeah. Joy, I feel you every time I hear the word, Trustee Flynn, you bring joy though. All right. I feel you because when we get told Hispanic by people who don't know what that term actually means, Hispanish, his Spaniard, that's where that term derives from. So when I hear that word as well, or even Latino, it's used to put us into this one melting pot. But I get that several people up here don't understand that, and I think they do need to go to anti-bias trainings because of the way that they talk to us, especially you and I. Another thing that I'd like to kind of point out, what does DIBBLES mean again? Stand for? Can you put it on the mic?
I always forget what the acronym is for, but it's actually a language assessment. So I'll look it up right now and then respond.
Okay, cool. Yeah, if you all gave us a report with like all the acronyms like laid out, add that and just send that to us with updates, because we be doing a lot of acronyms up here. Also, I know that math, I mean, this is statewide. We're all struggling with math. Even at Cabrillo College right now, we're trying to do some more tutoring services for our math students. Do you know what math course it is that students are having the hardest time in?
Yeah, that's a great question.
I'm not talking to you.
That's something we're really looking at with both our GRIT process and the ED partners, and it's Math 1.
Math 1.
And that is the biggest barrier.
What does Math 1 mean? Algebra, pre-algebra?
Well, it's an integrated math system now, so it's not like when I was a student, it was algebra and geometry and pre-calc and all that. It's an integrated system, so it has all of the components, but it builds on itself. But I'm going to let Claudia go ahead, too.
So two things. Let me refer to the DIBBLES and then I can talk about the math one. So DIBBLES stands for Dynamic Indicators of Basic Early Literacy Skills.
Got it.
It's a bunch of words. Okay, so integrated math, that basically takes all of those, the math classes that we took when we were in high school.
Yeah.
It takes all of those and you get little bits every year and you build off of it.
Yeah.
So that's why it's called integrated math. I can sent out to the board if you guys want. I can send what those standards look like in Math 1, just so you can get an idea of what it is that they're learning.
And would you say, would you say that with the integrated math, was the previous system better where we were on algebra, pre-algebra, algebra, geometry, or is this integrated math kind of this shift? Is it as effective as the previous one? What would you say? Or it's kind of
Kind of a wash.
Okay.
It has to, because it's really all of the same standards but shifted.
Okay.
Like kind of reshuffled, so
Yeah.
to speak. So there is those changes. It's really the complication in there, and that's why we're doing the California Ed Partners work. It's a lot of that work is helping us with the jump from 8th grade to 9th grade and getting them the supports that they need and that cross collaboration happening there, so that we're making sure that when they go into 9th grade, they have those skills that they need so they can be successful in Math 1.
Okay.
And move forward.
And within 8th grade, is that like pre-integrated math or is that like algebra? Or
No, it's all integrated.
It's all integrated. Okay.
Yeah, and it builds, but it's all integrated.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
took algebra 8th grade, and then I went into Math Academy and
And then you go into like the calculus and all of
calculus,
that
honors,
stuff. Yeah.
AB, all that stuff. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Thank you for that.
One thing I want to add to that
Yeah.
is an example of how integrated is different. Algebra starts in kindergarten. Right, and like with like the variables and piece, so it's very explicitly builds throughout K-12.
Oh wow, that is something. Okay, cool. And then
Point of clarification when you get a chance.
what? Okay.
She's asking for a clarification, but finish that.
Got it.
and we'll move.
That she's historically interrupted people of color up here, so that's fine. Can you talk to me about SWAN math a little bit more? I'd really like to. What's the acronym? And then.
Well, SWAN is actually not an acronym.
Oh, it's not,
the
okay.
man's name.
It's a man's name.
It's a
Okay.
man's, it's his last name. It was his math company, so that's why it's called SWAN.
Yeah.
It's now, the state actually adopted their curriculum, but it's been renamed.
Okay.
So it's now called Paradigm. So if you look on the CDE website, as of 2025, Paradigm is now on there as an approved curriculum to be used.
Got it.
So yeah, that one's not an acronym. One of the big differences between SWAN and the Bridges curriculum that is currently also used is lesson format. It does follow a lot of the brain science research, John Hattie's work around the gradual release of responsibility, a lot of the modeling, having that we do, the you do together, all of that piece.
Got it. Okay.
It also provides a lot of visuals, so there's a lot of really good things in there that do benefit our English learners who need that additional support.
Awesome. And then, is there anything in place where high school students could go into the middle and elementary schools to help with tutoring math? I know it's sometimes intimidating, but when it's peer-to-peer, it could appear better, or even just going outside the classroom. I know with Math Academy, when I was in there, we would go measure the classrooms and look for those right angles and stuff like that. So is there anything in the works for that to improve math?
That is something that we have talked about.
Okay, good.
The closest thing we have to that right now is through Avid classes, the Avid tutoring. There is that
There is that
peer-to-peer, but it's peer-to-peer and it's also like college kids that come in and support.
Okay.
But we haven't moved that down into elementary, middle school. Although we are doing, at some of our sites, they've already started launching like Avid school-wide. They haven't necessarily gone into the Avid tutorial or elective class yet.
Got it.
And there are some after-school opportunities where the high school students go to other schools to support, not necessarily in math, but in other things, in the TEACH programs.
Yeah, also at the Watsonville Center and the Integrated Learning Center at the top floor, we do a lot of math tutoring there. So, and we do have a few high school students that come in because they're actually enrolled in dual enrollment math courses, which is great. So that's another opportunity to get that one-on-one help from folks. And then finally, I think that's it. I know we got a lot of work to do on math, and again, this is happening throughout the state right now, which is really insane. But I'm glad you guys are addressing that. And then the final thing I would say is would you say that we absolutely love multilingual students here at PVUSD?
100%.
Thank you. If we go back to English only, we're going back to the 40s, and I don't think none of us want that. So thank you for that. Those are my comments.
Misty's up next, but I just wanted to make one comment. Most schools in Europe are using the integrated method and having much better success than we've had in this country for a really long time. So good going. Trustee Navarro, you're up.
Thanks. I know you enjoy sidelining me and insulting me, but I actually do have a lot of knowledge in this area, and I was just trying to give you a point of clarification.
Point of order. Can you keep her
Yeah, you're not supposed to be shouting out from the audience. You're not supposed to be shouting out from the audience.
Point of order.
Excuse me.
Point of order.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
You're out of order. I'm talking.
Let's just stop and get through the agenda. Right now, Trustee Medina, right now, it's Trustee Navarro's turn. Thank you.
Just like you're protecting her, I expect that same protection as well.
Absolutely.
As I was saying, Math 1 is the challenge point. And as somebody who moved their kid from a private school into the public school, what I was going to explain to you is that Math 1, and correct me, Claudia, if I'm wrong, is historically like the first half of algebra and the first half of geometry. And then Math 2 is like the second half of algebra and the second half of geometry. And the reason why is because historically you went from algebra to geometry back to algebra 2, and then kids were losing it along the way. And so this was a way to kind of keep it all as a flow, because there's a big difference between algebra and geometry. And then they're starting to introduce algebraic concepts in elementary school. So I was just trying to educate you on that. And then if you can, well, it sounds like you did. So if you could go back to the slide that shows the school districts and specifically look at the difference between us and Salinas. Yeah. So, Trustee Flynn, I was also horrified, but for different reasons. I'm horrified by how miserably we are doing a job of educating our students. Because these numbers are horrific. And if you compare us to Salinas, which has a very similar demographic, they're doing far better than us. And so we need to learn about what these other school districts are doing, because what we're doing isn't working. And I know that people love to twist my words and put it up on a sign at the last meeting and take what I said out of context. But the fact of the matter is we're failing our kids. And education is how you lift children out of poverty. And we're not giving them the education that they deserve. 17% of our kids being able to perform math at grade level? How are you going to balance your checkbook? How are you going to save for a house? You know, and 26% of our kids being able to read at grade level, what we're doing isn't working. So I want to applaud Superintendent Contreras for what she has done to bring things into this district, like SWAN Math, like the Letters program, all of the programs that she's bringing in, because the reason that she was hired by the former board is because of these numbers, because they're terrible. And we are failing our kids. And that's the reason that I joined the school board. And you can keep up here talking about whether I was elected or not elected. Oh, come on now. That's so ridiculous. Anyway, my point is, the reason I joined the school board was for two particular reasons. And one,
Trustee Medina, it's her time.
the reason I joined the school board, because I don't actually have any political aspirations. I don't use this dais to push my agenda. The only reason I'm up here is because I care about whether our kids are learning anything and whether our schools are safe. So, thank you.
I hope you bring that same energy for brown students, because you don't.
I bring that for all students, thank you very much.
No, you don't.
Trustee Medina, you had your turn. We're going to move on.
Run away, run away.
Trustee Carrasco, do you have anything you'd like to ask or make comments on this?
I do have some questions. For the literacy part, what do we also, sorry. For the scores that we have for the literacy part, is Alianza and Watsonville Charter School, the Arts, also included in that? In the literacy, I forgot to write I think it was.
Are you talking about letters?
Are you talking about the 5x5?
Yes, like Dibble's letters and then the old one that was in the middle, I forgot.
So Watsonville Charter and Alianza are, they can do letters, but their budget is a separate budget than our bigger budget. So they do have some teachers that are participating at Watsonville Charter. And I know Alianza does, I think they use Dibbles as well. So they are using that one.
So they're included in
this overall data?
Yeah. I'm asking because.
I don't think that they are.
Okay.
I'm not positive though. For the Dibbles Lectura one, I'm not sure. I don't think they are.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
No, for that, I know they're not.
Okay. That was my question for that. The second part was, and then I noticed that, could you tell me what a chronic absenteeism is, please? What is that?
It's when a student misses 10% or more of days.
Okay.
So for example, if a student misses 18 days in a school year, they're chronically absent.
Okay. So I remember, and I don't know if this is still true, at Watsonville High, we had one person who that was their job, was to call home to make sure where are they, why aren't they here? So my question is, do we have that in every school, or is that just high school, or just at that site?
Well, Watsonville High has a community liaison position, which is almost singular. Alianza had one for a while, but I think that position is just at those two schools.
Yeah.
But every school does have a registrar. There are calls made, not always necessarily personalized. But one thing that's really coming from the Community Schools Initiative is more attention to that specific details, like making sure that we're making these friendly calls, saying, hey, we really miss your kid here. We'd love to have him join us.
Yeah, or like what's going on and how can we help?
We've even seen an increase in home visits at our sites for students who aren't coming regularly, and we're seeing a good impact with that.
Okay, so what you're saying is it's becoming the community specialist job to kind of call home?
I would probably not just like on a daily basis, but like it's almost like the tiered system, right? Like, so tier one is we're making phone calls, and I'm generalizing because the schools are different, right?
Yeah.
But so tier one is an automatic phone call when a student is absent, and tier two, when we have enough data where they're approaching to become chronically absent, then they are. Then some of the community schools and some of the administrators are making moves like the personalized phone calls, and then maybe even tier three would be the visits.
Okay.
So in terms of who's the primary contact for attendance phone calls, it is going to be the attendance and registrar part of the high schools in particular and in the middle schools. At the elementary, they have office staff that help support with that. Sometimes teachers also make phone calls. And then a lot of times at the elementary, the principals will make phone calls as well. So the community school specialist is working in conjunction with the administrators and the attendance office folks. So like Mike was saying, yes, it's kind of like a tiered process. But we have had a big increase in administrators who are actually doing the home visits themselves.
Okay, yeah, because I know that sometimes it can get a little confusing of who's in charge of what, and if this is something that is a big issue, like it would be nice to have it very clear. This is your responsibility. This is what you should be doing. That way it won't be like, well, I thought the attendance person was going to do it, because, it gets crazy, especially at elementary school, things move really quickly, and I'm wondering if that is it'll be helpful for them too. Maybe they didn't know, or maybe they're not doing it enough, or.
And I would just add to both what Mike and Claudia had talked about, each school has a pretty clear structure in place. At the secondary level, they have attendance teams that work very diligently together, and then they are part of the larger MTSS team. And then at the elementary, it's part of the MTSS process as well. So at each school site, it is very clear who's taking the lead on attendance, who's reviewing the weekly attendance rates for each school. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Trustee Dodge Jr.?
First of all, I'd just like to say thank you, Mr. Berman. I always appreciate your reports and also your ability to connect to the schools in my area and the community as well. Can you go back to the slide for attendance for elementary schools? Like Mini White, where it shows Mini White, Radcliffe. And,
It's way back.
okay, well, there you go. Yeah, that's fine. It's just briefly that we keep the meeting moving. Does PVOSD have issues? Yes. Hopefully now with, the superintendent, her vision, her plan, we could show improvements. I've seen, the first step to making sure our children are successful is by making sure they get to school. And I remember seeing, I can't remember what slide it was specifically, Radcliffe, the attendance is going up. I believe that I saw Mini White, E. Hall, for example, at Radcliffe, we have Heather Bailey, who's been there for 4 or 5 years, I believe. Javier Sanchez, who's been at Mini White for only 2 years. And I know he's doing the best that he can to build community. I know he's had posadas, and I know he has had after-school gatherings, to invite the community, food, baile barcódico, and other things, to try to show parents like, hey, you know what, we're in this together, and to make it a family. Katie, E. Hall, she's only been there for 2 to 3 years, and, we've seen improvement with attendance. And, we have Principal Gregor, he's only been there 2 to 3 years, and, we've seen an increase in attendance, SBAC, graduation rates and dropout rates are on the way down. Just 2 quick questions. One issue that I had was, what are we doing? We're seeing that special education children aren't doing well, and they're looks like the rates are getting worse. What are we doing for special education children? For example, in Radcliffe, I know a couple of years ago, parents told me that they had a special education program that they trusted very much. What are we doing for special education children at Mini White? What are we doing for special education at Watsonville High School, where there's 2 classes of, children, from all parts of the spectrum, and we also have a lot of, we have the RISE program. What are we doing to making sure those children aren't left behind?
In regards to attendance?
Just whatever is causing them, whatever the decline that we're seeing.
So I can speak in terms of attendance. Each of those school sites is looking at their site data, specifically each of the groups that they can put more attention towards. And that's been the work that the principals have been doing with their attendance committees. So we are definitely making targeted efforts in that area. But I'm not sure if I can speak more broadly beyond that.
Okay, I just wanted to say it. Thank you.
one more question.
Let me get, Trustee Flores?
Thank you, Ms. Monjaras, Ms. Pugh, and Mr. Berman, and anyone else who worked on this report. I know it was a lot of work, a lot of information. I agree with a lot of what's been said. We do have a lot of work to do, but I am hopeful that we will look at a different dashboard next year with more of our SWAN math taking effect, and also eventually seeing what our letters can do for us. I was pleasantly surprised with seeing, our English learners, a lot of increases there. So I know that has a lot to do with your work with our English learners, Mr. Bertman. So thank you. I've seen that from the day that I came in, your passion, that lies there. And so that's really good to see. I hope that we can, just keep seeing some positive movement from going forward with our new superintendent. I mean, she really has only been here hasn't even been a full school year yet. Yeah, so I love PVUSD, and the reason I got on this board was because, we have historically been on the lower end of a lot of these charts. And I know with our community, with our family, with our, our students, we can do better than this. And we just need to support our students better. And I think a lot of it has to do with, again, we need to come together as a community. We need to have our parents back, in the classroom, back on campus, really taking a lot more interest in that. And I do believe PVUSD has done a great job doing that, bringing our parents onto campus with our Saturday classes that we've been doing throughout the year. And I know we have an all-day one coming up, which I've attended since I've been on the board, and I'm always happy to see how many parents we have there. So I don't have a degree in education, so there's not a whole lot of, I can't say that we need to do this. I just can say we do have a lot of work to do, and us trustees are gonna, hold our district accountable to make sure that we continue to see improvements in this. But thank you for all the work that you guys do.
Thank you. Trustee Navarro has one more comment, but I'd really like to get to public comments. I think we do have a couple of cards.
No, I just wanted to say that, thank you for all your work on this. The positive spin on it is that we really don't have anywhere to go but up. And so I'm really excited to do this work. And I think we all, like when we did the training together, we all came up with the exact same goal. We hope that it's the goal of the community, which is to try to make sure that our kids can read at grade level by 4th grade. But there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And I get accused up here of only not caring about brown kids and being racist, which really hurts my feelings. But if you look back at the slide, the white kids are doing fine, right? That's not the kids that I'm worried about. I'm here for all the kids, but specifically the ones that aren't doing well.
All right, so apparently we already did public comment. Sorry, it's getting late. Thank you so much, Mr. Berman, for your report. I'm happy to see there's some improvement, but I look forward to a lot more, and I know there's some things in play that will help with our kids. Okay, that will...
I told y'all to move her. I told y'all to move her. Right, but she's an adult and she refused to move.
Comments to one another. She starts being racist, I'll go ahead and do that. Okay, let's finish the meeting. I bet all of these people want to go home too, and apparently they're waiting for us to do something, so let's do the something. Okay, next.
We did public comment. We did public comment already, though. Go, that's fine, 2 minutes.
Which item is it you're wanting to talk to, Katashi? Which item?
10.1. Oh, we haven't got.
Okay, we're just about to call 9-2. Okay, don't go anywhere. Okay. The one item that's on this agenda that we really need to get done tonight, and there are employees who would like to know for sure what's happening so they can make decisions, and that's 9.3. Can I have a motion to hear 9.3 next, and then we'll go to 9.2?
I'd like to make a motion to do 9.3 right now, to move it up to now.
I second.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5-2 or 5-1? Okay, moving on to 9.3. That's supplemental employee retirement plan. No comments? Okay.
But we would do that after this.
Right. Okay, so the report will be offered by Gerardo Castillo.
I will start over again. It's late. I apologize. We are very happy to present this item. It's a supplemental employee retirement plan. Ms. Gail Bill from Keenan Associates will do the presentation. We have worked together before she starts her presentation. I want to share that we have met with our bargaining partners, both our board units, a couple of times. We present some information. We answer all their questions. And there's still going to be more questions that we could ask. We have created a QR code to answer those questions. We have a lot of information, 6 meetings total. There will be both online. So this is just the starting point. But we need your approval in order we could continue the work. So go for it. And thank you for your patience. I can work the slides and you talk about it.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Perfect. Well, thank you for letting me be here tonight. Really appreciate that. And to start off with, I want to say you have a fabulous staff. These two gentlemen have been exceptional to work with. They've provided us with every bit of information we needed, every bit of input, and really made our job a lot easier. So just want to thank you both. So the Supplemental Employee Retirement Plan, we call it SERP because it's easier to say and we love acronyms. The purpose tonight really is to approve offering the plan. We will go through the entire process, come back with a final cost analysis once we know who is taking the plan for your approval to move forward. If this does not meet with the district's financial and structural goals, you can rescind the plan, and then those who had enrolled can rescind their resignation. So just wanted to make that really clear. So I'm getting older, so I have to put on glasses. So really these programs are offered to address declining enrollment with the resulting factor being layoffs or RIFs. That's typically why a district will offer these programs. We are the plan consultant. We'll come in and act as district's extended staff. We'll do all the meetings, including group meetings. We bring in our individual counselors who are all retired school district personnel. So they understand the CalSTRS, CalPERS aspect, but they also understand what it's like to wake up every day and it's Saturday. So it's that personal touch that shows your employees some respect as they make this really difficult decision. The carrier is United of Omaha, part of the bigger Mutual of Omaha, very highly rated. They actually provide the annuity payments. This is a fixed guaranteed annuity, which means your costs don't fluctuate and benefits don't fluctuate. As far as eligibility, really important, and because it drives the demographics and the success of the plan. So in this case, the employee must be certificated management classified or classified management employee of the district currently. An employee must be at least 55 years of age by June 30th of this year. And I keep wanting to say 2025, but I'm getting there. Employees must have at least 5 years of service with the district by June 30th as well. And certificated employees, very important, have to be in an active and paid status through the last day of their assigned calendar. So very important that you don't have a lapse in instruction. Employee must retire and or permanently resign from the district by June 30th. And they must submit a letter of resignation and the SERP enrollment packet by March 13th of this year. Those packets will be sent out when an individual goes online, makes an appointment for an individual counseling session. They will get a DocuSign packet to fill out their paperwork. So eligibility, and I'm kind of the demographic geek because demographics just kind of fascinate me, which is weird because I was an English major, but we won't go there. So your certificated employees, there are 265 eligible. The average age of the group is almost 61 and a half. The employees who within that group that are 60 and over is 131. And the tenure at the district is approaching 19 years. Certificated management, 18 eligible, average age about 60 and a half. 7 of those employees are over 60 and average years of service are 24. And as I kind of go through these, the district really, every district has challenges, but the fact that your tenure is as long as it is not typically what we see anymore. So the fact that people are staying here for an extended length of time, you're to be complimented, as are they. Classified, there are 274 eligible, 61 and a half years of age on average, 152 over 60, and 22 and a half years of service. Classified management, 8 eligible, a little bit younger, 58 and a half. 2 of them are 60 and over and 18 years of service. I won't take you through every number here just because of time. Well, I wouldn't anyway, but looking at the certificated group. So this is based on a contribution by the district of 70% of salary. That is paid in 5 equal annual installments, so you're not having that single premium right up front. So just looking at your certificated group, the average salary is about $97,000. So these would be the expected benefits based on 75% or 70% of that. The first 3 are lifetime benefits for the participant. First one, there's no survivor or beneficiary options. The second one, we're assuming in this case that both the beneficiary and the participant are the same age. If there's a big fluctuation, it changes this amount. Excuse me. But again, lifetime for the retiree, survivor gets 50% of that upon the death of the participant. Life for 10 years. I've been doing this for over 30 years. Honestly, I have not seen one person take this one, but this might be the first district. So life for 10 years, again, a lifetime benefit. It's guaranteed to the survivor up through the first 10 years of the payout period. Option 4 is the 5-year benefit. This is the one that's taken most frequently. People like the largest amount of money in the shortest period of time. So a little over $1,100 will be payable for 60 months, either to the participant or the beneficiary. So all benefits will be paid out. Works the same for the other time frames. Excuse me. And then the 5 through 9 year are eligible for IRA rollover, either in total or in part. And individuals can change where that money goes every 6 months. So they might start out putting it in an IRA and decide they need some cash. They can make that change. They just need to give us a call. Underlying assumptions. So we took a look at what would your savings be if you replaced everybody, and that was kind of the underlying assumption. And then we looked at some partial replacements as well. So again, we take into account how many are eligible, 265. We take into account natural attrition, how many people would have gone anyway. So in the case of certificated 19, we project you'll get 75 participants, and assuming you will replace them all. Keenan's commission is 3.5% of the premium, and that's also payable over 5 years. We also take into account retiree health care costs, because that is another obligation. So that's figured all into the analysis for those people who qualify. And then we take into account STRS and PERS and your other statutory benefits, such as work comp, unemployment, that type of thing. So to get to the numbers, which I'm sure are most interested to you, and I will say what we found this year is because of the layoff situation throughout the state, districts are less concerned about a huge savings number than they are about being able to retain employees. So in this case, taking into account what we think the participation would be, what your natural attrition would be, and full replacement, the fourth column from the right is the total premium. Again, that's payable over 5 years. Your 5-year gross savings or your payroll savings is about $3.3 million. We subtract from that the savings you would have had from the 19 who would have gone anyway. So your net savings after everything is a little over 1.1 million. Now for your other groups, because you don't have the depth in your salary schedule, you don't have the step and column that you do with your teachers, there is a loss if you replace everyone. Yeah, that and benefits. So, you know, it just, if everyone's replaced, it's probably not going to pencil out. However, if you have some partial non-replacements, in this case, we figured you would not replace 20 teachers, wouldn't replace 2 certificated management, 20 classified, and 1 classified management. You can see the dramatic change. Your net savings goes up to almost 12 million. So between the 2 slides, what you're really looking at is the worst case and best case scenario. And in our experience, I would expect it's going to be somewhere in between. I don't think probably you will not retain you know, that many employees, but you get the idea of how dramatic that change can be. So for the timeline, if you approve to move forward, the district has worked very diligently with some help from us to develop an announcement letter, this frequently asked questions, that type of thing. Those announcement letters will go out to eligible employees or Or are you going to send them to all?
We're gonna send it to all.
To all. To all employees. Then if they're eligible, they can certainly follow the instructions to go online, make that appointment. If for some reason, because we still find people don't have laptops or computers, they can call our 800 number. That'll be in there as well. And then we'll come out and do group orientation meetings, and those will include representatives from Keenan, the district on health benefits, on CalSTRS and CalPERS. So it's almost a 2-hour meeting. CalSTRS and CalPERS typically take the longest time because that's the biggest piece of retirement income should someone choose to do that. We'll bring our counselors out the first part of February, and they will conduct appointments here for about 45 minutes to an hour with anyone who wants to do that. And then we will bring back to you, once we know who's taking the plan, that final cost analysis. And that will give us the opportunity to talk to HR, to business, and really look seriously at, okay, this person's retiring, is that a position we have to replace? So we can get more granular, we can be very specific on the non-replacements.
And in the group orientation, we added one more day to make it sure.
Right.
So actually on the 28, 29, and the 30, but we just decided.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Good idea. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Do we have any speaker cards on this? We'll go to public comment first.
We have 2. Ashley Euroflowers and Brandon Denise.
Hello. President, Superintendent, members of the board. As president of CSEA Chapter 132, I waited patiently to speak to this item. Like many in this room, I come to this moment energized, with a full heart grounded in grace and a deep sense of responsibility. I understand how significant this action is for the stability, dignity, and well-being of the people we represent, and I do not take that lightly. I am speaking today regarding the Supplemental Employee Retirement Plan, SERP, as you just seen. SERP is a critical mitigation tool during this period of fiscal transition and organizational uncertainty. When implemented thoughtfully and thoroughly and at the right time, it can significantly reduce layoffs. It needs to be done properly. It'll preserve the continuity of our services and minimize disruption to our amazing students, families, and the workforce. From a labor perspective, sequencing absolutely matters. Allowing resignations and retirements to occur before layoffs is not only fiscally responsible, it is operationally sound. It protects institutional knowledge, reduces abrupt staffing losses, and supports a more humane and orderly transition for the employees who have decided to and dedicated the years of service to this phenomenal district. A well-timed SERP will also reduce anxiety and unnecessary stress and the dreaded process in which layoffs must happen. Under our collective bargaining unit, I need you to understand that people will be bumped. It is going to be a horrid experience. I have much more to say, but I really, really encourage a yes vote unanimously. And I did want to say something, please, if you don't mind, to Dr. Heather Contreras. We want to express our appreciation for this SERP proposal. This is a meaningful and inclusive offer. It's her work. She said she was going to do it a year ago when we spoke, and she did it. I see you. I thank you on behalf of CSEA, and this is exactly what transparency, and collaboration looks like. CSCA 132 appreciates you, and in this moment, please shine.
Thank you. Mr. Denise?
And Ashley is so hard to follow. Like, the level of grace and restraint that she has is so impressive. And I strive to do better because I hear her speak and then I hear me speak and I'm like, damn, Brandon. But it's also because my experience is a little bit different. And our bargaining unit, like the CSEA, has also been trampled on in recent years. And so I encourage the board to pass this golden handshake. This is seriously solid, and I'm hopeful that our members will reap the benefits of this plan. We look forward to working with the district to educate our members to work towards meeting the required number of retirements to trigger this benefit. But I'm also frustrated with how this process took place because Dr. Contreras, we were pushing for this back in February of 2025. So there was a lot of pushing and nudging that happened. This didn't just fall out of the sky. This was our efforts to organize around this. We became aware that the district had the SERP study on or about December the 8th. I asked for that information because it's relevant to representing our bargaining unit. The superintendent denied me that information. She said, you don't get that information until the school board sees it. It's relevant to representing our bargaining unit, and I'm legally entitled to it. There's no reason it had to go to you all first. I thank Mr. Castillo for meeting with us on December 18th in our Human Resources meeting. We had the opportunity to preview 4 of these slides and ask questions. Gerardo's super informative and intelligent. We found that helpful. But we requested going into that meeting with the slides so we can come prepared and not have to come up with questions in the minute. For whatever reason, this district's leadership takes a conciliatory approach to working with the PVFT. I am your equal at the table, like it or not. I represent our members, and we're gonna work hard to make sure that we hit this number because this is what we need, not layoffs. So we appreciate it, but we got work to do.
Thank you. I'll bring it to the board. Trustee Flores.
I want to also thank you, Dr. Contreras, for bringing this. In the 3 years that I've been on this board, it has been asked for. And I wasn't aware how much, of this research had to be done before we can really see if it was feasible for our district. So thank you to Keenan. Thank you, Mr. Castillo, and also Mr. Bragg, because I know when Dr. Contreras came into our district, we had an interim CBO who came in as a director and then kind of was pushed up into becoming our CBO, and then we had our HR department that was, not ready for this. And so it wasn't something you can just do. But you got everything in motion, and one by one, as everything started to fall into place, now we're seeing this. And yes, I know I've been for a year asking you, and before that, other trustees. So thank you for bringing this forward for our not only PVFT, but CSEA as well. And thank you for all the work that you guys put into this.
Thank you. Trustee Daniel Dodge Jr.?
Just to echo what Trustee Flores said, for some reason, I've been here for 6-7 years. For some reason, previous superintendents didn't want to bring this. For some odd reason, Trustee Flores brought it up, I brought it up. It just led to nowhere for some odd reason. But thank you for bringing this, and thank you for the presentation, and it's about time. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Flynn?
I also want to just say thank you for bringing it forward and showing that you're listening and coming up with the creative solutions that people have been asking for, and then doing things differently. It sounds like what Trustee Dodge Jr. was saying is that no previous superintendent wanted to do it. And I think we're the board to help bring it forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Navarro?
I'll be brief. I just wanted to echo the sentiments of the other board members. Dr. Contreras, thank you so much for bringing this to our district, and, the layoff reduction recommendations that occurred last month. I'm hoping that this will help mitigate a lot of them. And, you bring a lot of creative ideas to our district, and thank you for that. And thank you to Keenan and Mr. Castillo and Kit for all the work that you've done.
That would be Mr. Bragg. Trustee Carrasco?
Again, yeah, well, thank you for, offering this. I remember about a year ago when we were talking about cuts, I had asked, could we offer this to, to our staff, not just our teachers? So this is amazing, and I'm really happy that we have this, and I'm really grateful. I had a lot of conversations with, different staff that said, well, it's only for teachers, what about us? So thank you. And this is one of the things that, we were working on, that we needed a little bit more time for us to be able to present. So for those of you asking, give me something, here it is, y'all. Okay, this is one. This is not the end of it, okay? This is one. So I just want to say thank you for the presentation, and I'm excited.
Trustee Medina?
Yeah, I echo everybody, so I'd like to move to approve this agenda item.
I'd like to make one final comment before we move on to that, please. Thank you very much, everyone, for your effort and for your work on this, Heather. I would like to say, I think it is a little bit sad, though, that there are some seasoned people who have been a part of this district for a very long time whom we will be saying goodbye to. And I just want to acknowledge all of those people who will be retiring and leaving us, and I hope they still come back and visit and maybe volunteer in some capacity. Okay, I think I heard a motion from Trustee Medina. Is there a second?
Second.
Hearing a first and a second. Is this going to be unanimous? Can we all just say aye, aye, aye? Right on. 7-0-0-0-0. Passes. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say, starting tomorrow, we're going to send a communication to all our employees regarding what this is, the meetings and the time. There's frequent asking questions regarding the benefits for classified, for certificated employees. We have a QR code ready to go for frequent asking questions that we will track. So we are working together. So Keenan is managing this, but we are working really close to where we have the frequent asking questions. They will go through our office and our HR and business. And thank you.
Thank you. You should go home and get some rest so you're ready to do that tomorrow.
Thank you.
So, the items, so the question is, and we probably should have Heather do that because these people don't actually report to us directly, and it should be Heather if somebody's going to suggest that people go home. But the items we still have are site reorganization report request. And I don't see us getting deep into that. It's just a request that the district put together a timeline and a plan for how we're going to evaluate schools and start a plan for reorganization. The resolution for ICE, I don't.
The card there,
For which one?
9-2.
We haven't gotten there yet.
We're just about to. We're trying to figure out if we can send people home and then we'll be on 9-2.
I was just trying to determine if there was any more presentations from staff.
Yeah, I get you. Report, measure M. There's a policy 10.3, board policy administrative regulation, and that is Gerardo.
No one can go home, and we need to do the 9-2
I don't mind staying and you're staying, so.
All right, let's move on to 9.2. I'm just going to make a brief remark to open it up, and then we already have a public speaker ready to go. Part of addressing declining enrollment is to evaluate each of our sites and consider how we can be more efficient. The state has a prescribed process that takes about 2 years. I don't think there's a requirement that it take 2 years. It could be quicker. Every site, and that should include the district office, should be considered in the reorganization process. On average, our schools are about 58% occupied. There is a lack of synergy at a half-empty school, and there isn't sufficient funding for services beyond mandated teachers. There is also a higher frequency of combination classrooms. Any teacher still in the room ever have to teach a combination class? Yeah. My hope tonight is that the board votes to direct the superintendent to develop a plan, including a timeline for consolidating schools. And how many speakers do we have? 4. We have 4. Can you call them? Let's start with Takashi since he's up and ready.
Because I usually go to bed around 8 o'clock, and look at that. 11:30.
Takashi Mitsuno, Chris Webb, Brandon Denise, and Mads Realmalto, but I think he left.
I don't need to say my name. You already said. Anyway, I'm a volunteer in 2 elementary schools, MST and Ansoldo. And I have been helping garden programs. That's a part of after-school program for more than 1 year. And can you imagine what my main job or main work is? Just weeding. Anyway, and I go to the gardens almost every day from Mondays to Fridays these days. And recently the principal of Amnesty School told us that the garden looks amazing after 1 year of hard work, including the students. And I heard that I have been listening to what you are saying, and I studied as education as a graduate of school education at New Jersey State Rutgers University many years ago. I had a chance to do that, and test scores matter, but socialization also matter, especially in early childhood education. That's why ethnic studies, strengthening ethnic studies is so important. For example, I struggled as an Asian to try to find my place on the East Coast because black and white framework has been so strong historically. Still, only 5 seconds. And I'll continue to say that, I couldn't find time to talk about this item, so next meeting, I'll say that.
Thank you.
Thank you for your listening. I'll go home.
Good night.
I want to thank the board for agendizing this item. Closing schools is serious and impacts students and families throughout the district. There are domino effects that happen when we close a school, and it impacts more than just that school's community. That's why these decisions should be carefully deliberated and made with integrity and transparency. It isn't that the PVFT wants to see schools closed, but what we want is a district leadership that's reasoned, fair, and makes decisions based on facts and community input. All year, we have been hearing that we are losing at least 2 schools worth of students, and we have declining enrollment, and layoffs are the only way to balance the budget. I don't believe layoffs should be the only solution. If we are losing multiple schools worth of students, logic says that we should also be closing schools. When the district presented a study on workforce housing, there wasn't an option regarding turning a closed school into workforce housing. I don't know if that's something that can be looked at, but I would encourage the district to do so because it's way too expensive to live here. declining enrollment, when we look at what our families are making as their take-home pay, and understanding that many of our students live in multifamily, multi-generational homes, there are so many reasons why we're losing students. And we need to understand that, and we need to act rationally. I know that we do realize savings when we close schools, but I also know that closing schools isn't the only option. We have to take a measured approach, and we have to pull on all the levers that we have. That includes the retirement incentive, restructuring at the district office. I understand that some layoffs, they're probably going to happen, but we're going to keep fighting them. So I'm encouraged to see this, and I know this process is going to be hard, but they have to happen. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Denise. Mr. Webb?
Yes, thank you for agendizing this. I feel that when we pursue it going forward, it should be in the form of a joint district union committee, and that ideally you would present any kind of plan, maybe by that special March 11th board meeting. And that's where we could reconsider, are we making the correct choices labor-wise? Also, as part of that committee work, I would suggest there be a survey of parents as to what are their top 3 PVSD schools, what are the top 3 reasons that they are drawn to a given school, what are the top 3 things that deter them from any given school, are there any schools that you flatly would not want, and why? And then also, as we move forward, I think one thing we should do, be about the arts. Just be about it. I went to, when we did the PAC presentation, or for PV, one of the schools that you cited in your presentation was a Campbell Union High School District school, and I actually went there in the last however many months. Within the last year, I saw there is a great facility, but also I noticed that district has a couple things that I think are good models for us. One is that they have multiple student trustees, and then another one is that they organize their board meeting, the online part of it, in 3 screens. There's the speaker, the board, and the presentation. I feel like that's the best I've ever seen. Also, I feel that we should, in the interest of just moving things forward in a positive way, that the board should direct the superintendent to regularly meet with the labor leaders as a one-on-one thing. I think it's a good practice, and that we'll just have more peace here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. Any board comment? Where shall we start? Daniel Dodge, Jr.
Just briefly, I think we should take into consideration what Speaker Webb said, taking a poll kind of what the items he was talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Medina?
Go ahead. I'll hold.
Trustee Carrasco? Okay. Okay. Trustee Navarro?
I think that Mr. Webb had some great ideas about involving the union, but on top of that, I think we actually should have a committee of parents, teachers, not just the union per se, but similar to the Sustainable Budget Committee, where we have invested people who understand this. And unfortunately, surveying which schools are the best, which ones are the worst, unless you've gone to all those schools, I don't know that that's relevant data. There's rumors about different schools that aren't always true. But I think one of the things that we need to consider is the equity issue, access issue, where there's redundancy of services. And so all of those, it's going to be a very complicated process, which is why there's a whole toolkit that CSBA has for doing this. So I think that would be a good place to start.
Trustee Flynn?
I'm just ready to make a motion to approve, but after Trustee Medina makes his remarks.
Okay.
I was going to move to call the question.
I'm going to call on Trustee Flores first, if you have a comment on this.
Yes, so I know, last 2 years ago when I sat in on a couple sessions for school site school closures at CSBA, it was a lot more in depth than I thought it would be. You know, there's a lot to think about, like Trustee Navarro was mentioning. And so this isn't something we can do rashly. I mean, there's a reason that the state put out a toolkit that it takes 2 years. And so, but that being said, you know, as it was mentioned, just closing a school doesn't simply come with, you know, a savings. There's a lot more involved. We're not losing students, you know, when we close a school, we're just moving them. So all those teachers transport with them. And so what we do end up doing is bringing a larger crowd of students that then the resources that we can provide can go further. So I do appreciate that. It was interesting to me to learn when I went and visited Dr. Contreras' old district that they had the same amount of schools as us, but almost double the amount of students. And I was able to go to a couple sites, and they were great. I was really, really happy with what I saw there. And so I know we have it in us to get this work done, but we do need to work together, and we do need to take our time and involve community input, but also like was mentioned already, we can't just like say, oh, well, this school. And there's so much more involved. Like, just for example, I know in the last 2 years, Mar Vista was brought up. I'm just going to use them as an example because they're the smallest school. However, they are a school on our border. And so closing that school down, we would lose so many more students to the neighboring district. And so in turning it into a K-8 with the STEAM focus, we're hopeful that that's going to now attract students that we were losing anyways after 6th grade to New Brighton. And then once we lose a student to New Brighton, we lose them to SoCal. So by keeping them at Mar Vista, and then hopefully they go on to Aptos. And so these are just the types of things that, you know, Dr. Contreras was thinking about that I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. But there's just so much more involved in this decision. And I'm not looking forward to it, but I know it has to be done, so.
Thank you. Trustee Carrasco?
I know that when I was at a Misty, and it was the first time I actually heard a teacher say, well, why don't we close schools? And that was like a topic that I thought like people would not want to talk about, but as I'm talking to more teachers and people, especially after December, this question came up is, why can't we close schools? So here we go again. Here's another thing that was in the works. It's coming, you know, but also I'm learning that it's hard because you have to downsize the staff. So I'm scared because if we have 2 nurses and we're all going to put them in one school, or if we have, you know, so there's a lot that goes into it that it seems easier, but as I'm learning and I'm reading more about it, there's a lot more. So it's coming. It's another one of those things that people said, why don't you close the school? It's coming. But again, let's work together. Let's not fight against each other, right? And know that this is going to be a hard process, but we're doing all the things. And I just want to say thank you for everyone working on this. I know that this is a lot of work and a lot of things that are going to go into it. But as a community, again, let's work together, have faith. Things are coming slowly but surely, and they're here.
I agree with you, Trustee Carrasco. As we talk to people theoretically about what this might look like, everybody thinks it's a fabulous idea, but when we get down to it and it's the school in your neighborhood or the school you went to as a kid, it's going to become very emotional. So I think it becomes very important that we have a practice in place with levers of what are the most important things. For me, one of them is what schools are going to cost $5 million to fix versus a school that's practically pristine. But a number of other things were brought up here, and all of those need to be evaluated. But we need to have a thoughtful process and reasoning so that what we do makes sense and doesn't become emotional decisions. All right.
The last thing I just want to say on this is I think that this, and Heather, Dr. Contreras, please correct me if I'm wrong, but this was always part of a good 3-year strategy. Yeah. So the school closures were always in the discussion. It was just, that was, if you want to elaborate on that.
Can I make my comment now? Oh, go for it.
So prior to my being hired, there was a report that the previous board had brought to them, and school services gave that report, and it was delivered in March of 2024. And it was on school closures, and here are the recommendations, and here's what it'll look like, and here's how long it'll take. Here's the extent of your declining enrollment, and here's probably what you need to do. In that report was also, here's some first steps, and one of those first steps was closing classrooms, and the cost savings that can be realized for that. And then Measure M was passed. Measure M, written into Measure M, is the removal of the old portables and some of the match dollars that come with removing portables and all that. And so, yeah, this has been in the works even before I came.
Thank you. Trustee Medina, did you have something?
Yeah, no, I was just going to echo the fact that I think we're all in agreement now that we need to do this. Once we find out what the schools are, that's going to be another story. And I know nobody's touching my schools, so that's fine with me. With that being said, I'd like to move to approve this agenda item, giving direction to the superintendent and cabinet in order to bring us back a report on potential sites to close.
Did you already move? She already moved, so we're going to call
Then
it
I'll
a
second.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Point of clarification?
Yes.
I don't think this was a report to come tell us which schools to close.
It isn't a report to tell us
But that's what Trustee Medina said.
It's direction to come up with a report and a timeline is what the agenda item says, so that we can start evaluating, starting the process. I don't expect them to come in February and say, close these 5 schools. It's a long community.
I just wanted to clarify that because it wasn't clear.
I think
Thank you.
my understanding is the direction is to come with a report about process and then a potential timeline for how that process will play out.
That's good for everybody? We're ready to vote on that then? You okay? Yeah. Chair's falling apart? Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That looks unanimous, thank you. We are now at 9.5, and this item will be presented by Trustee Medina.
I'm presenting it. You don't want to? No, I thought the resolution was going to be read out loud by like Chrissy McLean and all them. Okay. Cool. Yeah, so I wanted to bring this up because I know our community is going through a lot right now. We're seeing a lot of this online play out. I have students reaching out to me, asking me what happens if ICE comes to our schools. What are we going to do about that? So we came up with this resolution. I know I had proposed this last year. Unfortunately, we didn't have the leadership that had the gusto in order to get this on. So now that we have a new agenda setting committee, we're committed to bringing these resolutions, but not only as resolutions, but as actual starting points so we could get things rolling within our schools and show the great work that we've been doing in already addressing this. So I will go ahead and read that out loud. Pajaro Valley Unified School District Resolution 252618, condemning immigration and customs enforcement violence and affirming the safety and dignity of students and families. Whereas the Pajaro Valley Unified School District serves students and families from immigrant, mixed status, and refugee communities, many of whom experience fear, stress, and disruption due to federal immigration enforcement action. And whereas the district is committed to providing a safe, welcoming, and supportive environment for all students, regardless of immigration status, consistent with the district responsibility to protect student welfare, access to education, and family engagement. And whereas immigration enforcement actions, including the presence and conduct of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, have caused documented harm to communities, including loss of life, family separation, and trauma that directly affects students' ability to learn and feel safe. And whereas the following individuals were killed in encounters involving Immigration and Customs Enforcement or related federal enforcement actions. Silvero Villegas Gonzalez, killed on September 12, 2025 in Chicago, Illinois. Keith Porter, killed on December 31st, 2025 in Northridge, California. Renee Nicole Good, killed on January 7, 2026 in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And whereas the deaths of these individuals reflect a broader pattern of excessive force, lack of accountability, and harm inflicted on communities that include students and families served by public schools. And whereas fear of immigration enforcement discourages families from accessing school services, attending meetings, and engaging with educators, which undermines student success, attendance, and trust in public institutions. And whereas California law affirms the right of all students to attend public schools free from discrimination and without inquiry into immigration status. And the state of California has established protection intended to limit immigration enforcement activities on school grounds. And whereas the governing board recognizes that silence in the face of harm sends a message of indifference to students and families who look to their schools for safety and moral leadership. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the governing board of the Pajaro Valley Unified School District condemns Immigration and Customs Enforcement for actions that have resulted in loss of life, community trauma, and fear, including the killing of Silvero Villegas Gonzalez, Keith Porter, and Renee Nicole Good. And be it further resolved that the district affirms its commitment to protecting the dignity, safety, and rights of all students and families, regardless of immigration status. And be it further resolved that the district reaffirms its status as a safe school community where immigration enforcement activities are not welcomed and school campuses except as required by law, and whereas staff will follow state guidance to protect students and families. And be it further resolved that the district commits to continued communication with families regarding their rights, available resources, and district policies related to immigration enforcement. And be it further resolved that the governing board calls on federal authorities to end harmful immigration enforcement practices, to ensure accountability for deaths caused by enforcement actions, and to respect the human rights of immigrant communities. And be it finally resolved that this resolution be shared publicly as a statement of solidarity with affected families and communities, and as an affirmation of the district's values of safety, justice, and respect for human life. Passed on and adopted by the Board of Trustees of Pajaro Valley Unified School District on January 14, 2026 by the Governing Board of Pajaro Valley Unified School District.
I do appreciate the speed. Thank you. Are there any public comments on this item?
Mr. Marchessault, Marilyn Garrett, Jen Salinas Holtz, and Brandon Denise.
Almost good morning, board. 2 minutes. Thank you for bringing this. I wanted to come and say that, and it was worth sticking around till midnight because this is something that I just don't think we can stay silent on. And I do absolutely hope that this will be an easy vote for everybody, and I do hope that some of the tensions on the board don't cause anybody, because of where it came from, to choose to not vote for this. This is a really important, when Renee Good was killed, right after that, many of you may know, ICE ended up on a high school campus, right? They have been on school campuses. And if you want to talk about student outcomes, I heard during that student outcome presentation that there's been a visible difference in our attendance because of fear of ICE. And so this does relate directly to, sorry it's late, our, what we do and the safety and the feeling of safety of our students. And so please do pass it. And if anything, I hope it gives us license to go even further. I would love to see every one of our campuses with maybe a sign up front that says that ICE is not welcome on our campuses. Like, I think we, while a resolution is nice, I think it's important. It's there so that we can do more than just a resolution. So please pass it and please continue to protect our community and our students.
Thank you. Mr. Denise? I'm sorry, Marilyn's up. Just stand back, Denise. It's Marilyn's turn.
Thank you so much for that perfectly written resolution. I have Jewish background, not by religion, and I was reading a statement of Anne Frank in 1943, when I was 1 year old, in Nazi Germany, about people being kidnapped and rounded up and taken away. And I didn't realize till the end that it was Anne Frank, 1943, because it sounded like today. And Pastor Niemöller in Germany said, first they came for the homeless, and I said nothing because I wasn't homeless. Then they came for the trade unionists, I said nothing. Then they came for the communists, et cetera, et cetera. So it's important we stand up, and this has been going on for a long time, but now it's on steroids. And I have an article here by Keith McHenry of Food Not Bombs, because he serves food to the homeless. He's been arrested almost 100 times for feeding the poor and objecting to the war. And they were listed as credible national security threat, Food Not Bombs, when there were only 3 chapters at the time with 30 volunteers. The San Francisco police made over 1,000 arrests in all for sharing meals, ending in 1995. I was arrested 94 times, and it goes on, and last paragraph. It appears that the United States government, I'd like to just finish this, please, is about to be privatized and handed over to the techno-fascist oligarchs associated
Marilyn, I'm sorry,
with
but we only have 25 minutes, and we still have 3 items that we need to get
I'm all for this, and this is like Nazi Germany. Let's call it what it is.
Thank you, Ms. Garrett. So,
don't forget me, because most of our students are asleep, so I don't think I've ever done this at a board meeting, but I'm gonna do it tonight. But fuck ICE. This is ridiculous. Like, god damn. It's outrageous that we have a paramilitary force enforcing laws and murdering people in our streets. When I came up here and spoke earlier, and then I was incorrectly corrected by our superintendent, it's great that we had a press conference and we called on California to adopt child safety plans. Has the district adopted child safety plans? And if so, where's the disconnect in the communication where we feel like we're being recognized for the work, and apparently we are, but our members don't know what to do, and our members don't believe that we are compliant with AB 49, the California Safe Haven Schools Acts. So what I want to see next, and I've never had confidence in a resolution because I always have felt like they're just hollow words, but with this one, something feels different. And I think it's because we're all united and we all care, and we need to stop our community from being kidnapped. What happens when ICE shows up at our school with a warrant? What happens if they show up with a subpoena? What happens if they show up with no legal information? What happens if they ask a teacher, hey, is so-and-so here today? Other districts have adopted policies and procedures and have trained their staff on what to do in each of those scenarios. So when I asked for policies and procedures to be adopted, that is what I mean. Something concrete that we know, that we say, if ICE shows up, actually, we're gonna have to have our legal team review that warrant. And every office manager and every principal knows to call Sarah so she can review the judicial warrant. What if it's a subpoena? Like, there are concrete things we need to be doing, and if y'all don't do it, we will.
Thank you, Mr. Denise.
Mr. Denise, every office manager in PVUSD and all of our principals have been trained on exactly what you just described.
Staff and employees as well, please.
Yes, they have been.
Trustee Turley,
Yes, Trustee Navarro?
can I make some comments?
Okay, please make some comments. Let's keep it brief, though, because we have 2 items on the agenda. 10.3, I think, is pretty important because it's modifying a policy that allows us to rent space so we could bring some money in. And then we really need to get our purchase orders and other things that are in consent agenda done.
Yeah, I don't think anybody else is probably going to speak on this besides me, so I just wanted to put the words out. First of all, I completely understand the intent behind this resolution, and I agree with all the sentiment and everything that's in it. I find it highly disturbing that there's really only one of those 3 names that you read out that anybody's really heard of. The reasons are obvious. I agree with you. It's because she's a white woman, and that's why it's on all the news, but you don't hear about Keith Porter, and you don't hear about, I forget the other one, Sergio. But the fact of the matter is that these resolutions mean nothing, and they do nothing. What's more important is actually the work that we've done as a district, and I'm sorry, Brandon, that you don't know these things, but I'm gonna list some of them off, which is in the last year, December 7th, 2024, there was a family education providing families with legal rights and information and trusted resources. December 2024, there was an ICE protocol training district-wide for staff establishing lawful procedures if ICE appears on campus. January 2025, ICE protocol review site administrators second round district-wide staff training prepared administrators to train all site staff. January 25th, ICE protocol training office manager 34 staff. There's 2 resolutions that we've already passed on this. I have a whole list that I can send you of like 20 things that we've done in the last year to address ICE on our campuses and trainings that we've done with our staff. So while I understand the point of this resolution, our board training and our board coaches have told us that these resolutions don't mean or do anything, and they don't need board approval. These are just things that the district can put out and say. And there has actually been parent square messages. There's so much messaging that's gone out and so many resources that we've given our family that I'm hopeful. And I know that, Gabe, you weren't on the agenda committee before, and Trustee Flynn and Trustee Medina, you weren't on it before, but Carol, you know better. Like, you were on the agenda setting committee for a year, and you know that our coaching was that these resolutions should not be on the agenda. So I'm going to ask that going forward, we get rid of these nonsense agendas.
So in our agenda setting, we actually met with Greg, and I brought that up. I thought I heard, Greg, that AJ said we shouldn't do these kinds of resolutions. And Greg corrected me and said, we don't want you doing resolutions when it's just a piece of paper. But when there's something behind, there's some action that you're taking or going to take, then they didn't have the same objection to it.
My point is, we've already taken the actions, so these don't do anything. So while I will, of course, vote for it, because I also am horrified by all the things that I'm seeing in the street, and I agree with Marilyn, we're living in like Nazi Germany. But at the end of the day, like, in order to keep our meetings from going till 2 o'clock in the morning, these sorts of items on the agenda really don't have anything to do with student outcomes. And so I would not like to see them in the future.
Thank you. I saw a hand first from Trustee Crosco.
So yesterday, I attended the Labor Against ICE at UCSC, and it was part of my job because I'm, I work for the California Immigration Policy Center now, but I was also wearing my trustee hat there because there was a lot of local people who, I wanted to learn from them. So some of the things that came up that I learned, from the speakers, is one of the quotes was, "Community makes you brave." So I want all of our schools to feel brave. I want all of our teachers, our staff, and I'm learning that, I'm someone that I don't talk a lot, but I do a lot. But I'm learning that in this position, I also have to state things, and I like to do them and not state them. I just like to do them. So I'm learning to say things. So I feel like with I am understanding, words are just words, but I do realize that they are important because, our students are listening. So if they need to hear it on a paper, that's awesome. But I also, coming from this training at UCSC, some of the conversations that they were saying is that, Santa Cruz County is a bubble. And I feel like we feel a little like it's not going to affect us. But, I'm scared. I don't want it to affect us. I hope not. But in the case that it does, I want us to be safe, So some of the questions that I had as I'm listening to people is, I would like our sites to have procedures if ICE comes during pickups and drop-offs. What about open campuses? What do teachers do? What do they say? What are the current laws? So I have a resource here, the 2026 Safe Site Laws, their new statewide policies in California on ICE enforcement in public. I also connected with some folks that are doing some trainings, which, if people are open to it, that's important. What are the procedures for parents to pick up their kids in case there is, an ICE raid? Where do they take the kids? And what are the procedures for elementary kids and versus high school kids? How can we alert the teachers, and how do we alert the parents who are going to go pick up the kids? So all of these were questions, I don't have answers for them, and I'm working on getting a lot of information, but behind the resolution, I want to see this, and I want, what if they come during lunch and it's the cafeteria ladies? They need to know too what to do. What if it's the cross guard? So I just rather we retrain everybody, give everybody information so we can feel safe, we could feel brave, and we could feel like we are prepared. I don't want it to happen, but in the case that it does, I want to protect our students.
I saw Trustee Flynn's hand first.
It really sucks that we're even having this conversation. And it absolutely has to do with outcomes because it affects students in seats. And us creating a safe place physically, emotionally, psychologically enables students to learn. And due to the re-traumatization of our students who are directly affected by this conversation that we're having, I feel like it's super important that we are reaffirming our commitment to the promise that we've made in the past. This comes with teeth, in my opinion. It backs up what is already being done. But the goal is to signal our governor, our county superintendent, our state superintendent, the attorney general, state and federal representatives, Don Addis, Robert Rivas, Gail Pillerin, Jimmy Panetta, Alex Padilla, and John Laird, and also the City Council of Watsonville to support us in this. And should there be any active, overwhelming presence of ICE, that we have their support to deploy the National Guard to protect our community. That's where we're at. This is also in alignment with what the city of San Francisco has done. And I feel like we are in a position, and I'm not acting in fear. And that was something that came up. We're putting a target on our backs by doing this. And no, we're preparing, and we're letting people know we're letting people know, and we're, again, calling this out and asking for their support. And I feel like as Californians, and as a sanctuary city, that we have every right to be able to put forth this resolution and to make these things happen and make sure our community feels safe and protected.
I totally hear what you're saying, Joy, but I think you're missing my point is that it doesn't have to go through the board. This is something that the district could just put out.
It does have to do, it does have to go with the board. Okay, it may not need to go with you, but I feel like collectively, I want to put that forward for my integrity.
We have a little too much back and
So-
forth here. Let's try to get back on one person at a time.
You don't have to participate in this if you don't want to.
It's my turn.
I think actually it's Dodge Jr.'s
Okay,
turn.
cool. I'd love the last word to rebuttal something.
To hear that these consultants say that we shouldn't be doing resolutions is terrible, terrible advice. You know, these resolutions that we do, that the city of Watsonville is to recognize people, to recognize, generations of hard workers, that's terrible advice, in my opinion.
We didn't take it.
I know, but I just, and so, I think this resolution is important because, as I mentioned earlier, for our children to get an education, they have to attend school. I know firsthand how scared people are because when ICE came and picked up somebody behind Target, I got phone calls from families. There was a father working in Santa Cruz and the wife was working in the fields, and they called me because their kids were at Radcliffe and they wanted me to pick up their children. So even, a piece of paper, a resolution, that makes these elementary school kids feel a little bit better. So I just wanted to say, and I wasn't going to say anything, but, hearing that, that's someone's advice. So.
Okay, so we have 14 minutes left, and my fear is we're going to talk this thing to death and never actually vote on it. So maybe somebody would like to make a motion?
Can I make my comment since I was the one that had to forcefully fight against Greg to put this on the agenda?
You didn't fight against him.
I wrestled him. I'm just kidding.
He didn't even argue.
No, but you, when I was talking to Greg, he echoed the same things that we heard from somebody up here that was very disparaging. And when a person who is not of color comes in and tells us this is nonsense, this is something that we should not look into, that has an impact on us. There's not many of us in these spaces that people could look up to, traditionally. So I want to reaffirm to the students that are out there, we see you, we hear you, and we're going to protect you. And just know that this is a very isolated comment that was mentioned earlier, and we care about you. I am one of the only trustees that was up here who went when we thought ICE was here. I didn't see any other, Jessica was the one that informed me about it. Every morning I walk outside and I go to the store because we have some white vans pull up. And I get people come knock at my door and ask me what is going on. Why is that van there? I will go and approach them because guess what privilege I have being born on this side of the border? Status. I have status, so I have to put my body on the line for my community. And somebody from Aptos is never going to understand that. Never. Yeah, the opposite side of the district.
I really want to move on.
And my community, I know you do, but this is for my community who has gone through a year of facing this agency who has gone rogue, who has kidnapped people, who has harmed people, and who has recently killed people. And this is important to me, so I will go up in arms for my community because I care about them that much. And that's why I was elected and not appointed, because I went in and I told my community that I will stand by you against this administration and against people who want to spew harmful ideologies to our community. So with that being said, I'd like to move to approve this resolution.
A second.
I'm going to vote for this too, but I'm going to redirect because once again, it's a narrative that's BS. So what I said to begin with was I 100%.
Point of order. Point of order.
100%.
Point of order.
You let her finish.
She,
Just let her finish.
why does she get to debate herself on this? This is her trying to justify it. Why don't you give more space to us people of color for that? Why is it always her who's having to do that? So you're the president. You should put your foot down and say, no, we are moving on because there's a motion on the floor. That's what you need to do.
There is a motion and a second, and we can have discussion after a motion and a second, which is the traditional way that it happens. But we got to be quick. We got so much to do.
Well, if he'd stop interrupting me, I could be quick.
I have not had a chance to speak. I would love a chance to speak to this,
Thank
and
you.
I'm going to make it
I
quick.
would like to move over to.
For the past year, the narrative that has been pushed is that the previous board leadership and the superintendent weren't doing anything and didn't care. I reject that narrative. I want it to be clear that our superintendent has done so much to protect her students. From the very beginning, I have been in full support of our district's responsibility in protecting our students. Over the past year, the district and the superintendent have passed 2 resolutions, received recognition from Monterey County, held several meetings. Trustee Navarro mentioned just a few of them. We have a list of 20-some meetings that were held for our families and our students. A new task force was formed, the Pajaro Valley Collaborative, that consists of city leaders, including our superintendent. Our staff has completed several learning training. All of these are tangible, meaningful actions. What our students need is action on the ground, not just a pretty resolution, but what our superintendent and our district have been doing is great, and I just know that she's going to continue with that.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second, and I'm going to ask you to hold it till after, because we really only have 9 minutes. Can we call, I'd like to call for a vote.
Okay, let's go ahead. We call the vote.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye, because you are.
Okay, that looked like 7-0 to me. I would like a motion to move on to consent agenda, because there's some things there that have to happen. Would somebody please?
I'd like to make a motion to move to consent.
I will second the motion to approve consent. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Wait, I'm sorry. Was the motion just to move to consent?
Shoot. You're right.
And you did the second, so yes.
Okay, so we're voting to move this up. Yes. Okay.
So that's why I stopped.
Okay. Right. Okay.
So let's take the vote.
All right. All those in favor of hearing the consent item now signify by saying aye.
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4. That's unanimous? Okay, 7. Okay. Now, do we have public comment on this?
Which number is it?
It's consent, which is 11.
No, I didn't see any 11.
Okay, good. I'm hoping we don't have to discuss much here, and somebody will make a motion, and we will be done with consent.
Are there any items wishing to be deferred? If not, I'll make a motion to approve consent.
Second.
A second.
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay. The next item that we were hoping to get done today is 10.3, update board policy and administrative regulation AR 1330 regarding the community use of district facilities and grounds. And that will be our CBO.
I will go quick too, so to catch up some time. This is our board policy since I started here. It is to clarify about our leasing our facilities, our fields. We is doing a lot of things. We don't have a clear road. So hopefully this policy, the last time this policy was reviewed was 2015. Do you wanna do that mission? So what this policy is in your package, I include a previous board policy versus our current, so it's clarified. But what this one has, it aligns with other legal requirements. It modernized. We have 5 tiers how we could lease our facilities, and has the liability protection. The main goal of this policy is as we rent our facilities, we receive some revenue, we maintain them, and we are focused in our community. As we have agreements with MOUs with some organizations, with the city, and we need to correct this so we protect the district assets. Just gonna, is it fast? Can you move it? Can you go fast? Yeah, so,
Okay.
Well, you're doing okay. You keep going. You're there. What happened? Yeah, that's a presentation. You were on it.
Okay, no speaker cards. I'm hoping we don't have a ton of discussion on this. It's right thing for the district. Anybody want to make a motion?
Yeah, so this is the first reading, and we want to bring it to you for as we talk about the board policies. I want to give the board and time for the community. It's coming for action for at the next board meeting. So another reason I want to present it today, but it's really a good thing for the district, including we want to bring a lot of the things in-house and manage those our facilities in protecting.
Dodge Jr.?
Hopefully, we could take a look at these MOUs again with outside organizations and possibly the city, because I represent EA Hall, which has a field, and everybody always wants to use it. And I always feel PVUSD gets the short end of the stick, because we don't control the calendar. Our kids don't, I think it's a loss for us, so hopefully we could look into it.
So this is the first step, then we will approve it, and then we will have another board policy, 34 to bring those, so this is a lot of things that I want to start a process. I want to have a policy, admin regulations, so it's very transparent how we do business in our district. That's the main focus of this.
I just wanted to say it out loud because I hear it all the time, so thank you.
Quick comment.
Trustee Medina?
Yes, I know we have a lot of organizations that do want to utilize our space. So I'm hoping that we could prioritize legacy organizations that have been here for a while, such as White Hawk, and other orgs that are trying to use our facilities. So I'm hoping that could be in the next iteration. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your.
No. No motion, because this is just a readout.
Yeah.
So unless anybody else has comment,
the next board meeting will be done.
we will move on. We've got 1 item and 4 minutes, and let's punt it till the next meeting, because I don't think we'll get through.
I move to table the item to the February meeting.
Is there a second? No, we already did consent. We're talking about 10-4, request for documents and staff work.
The second, Trustee Medina's motion.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And that looked unanimous. Okay, our next meeting will be February, I had it, 24? No, 25. What? Our next meeting isn't the 11th. Our next meeting is scheduled for February 25. And it,
Ain't nobody gonna vote for you after that.
that's when it's on the schedule, right? Did I miss one? Okay. No, not yet. I just don't have it on my calendar. I apologize. Our next meeting is February 11, and the meeting after that will be February 25. Now I can adjourn? Okay. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you all for sticking with us.